It still says I'm in the red. I don't get it. Okay, it still says... Okay, well, I don't know. It still says I'm in the red, and it's driving me a little bonkers. So, I don't get it. I don't get it. Yeah, I don't... Okay, well, it still says I'm in the red. I don't understand why. I don't get it. I don't know why I'm in the red. It keeps flashing from like red to green. Really, really weird. I've tried, you know, dropping my frames per second, and I've tried various other things. I don't know what's going on. Um I really don't know. Um it's saying that it's in the green. I'm hoping it's okay. It says the stream life is still in the green. My OBS Studio, on the other hand, says I'm going from like green to red to orange. I don't know what's going on. But yeah. Uh, I don't get it. I don't understand. And I've tried saying that it's in the green. I'm hoping it's okay. It says the streamline green. My OBS Studio, on the other hand, says I'm going from like green to red to orange. I don't know what's going on. But yeah. Okay. Well, my stream health says it's still green, even though my OBS says it's in the red. So I'm just gonna trust YouTube and believe that it's doing what it's supposed to do. I don't know. But anyway, hey guys, what's going on? I apologize for the buffering. I optimized it to where it would be far less viewer buffering. I'm wondering if I should add a delay. But I don't want to add a delay because like the earliest delay is like 30 seconds and I'd much rather just not deal with that. So if you could just deal with this for the time being. My PS4 is not on. Although, hold on a second, guys. I need to go investigate because somebody might be utilizing the interwebs in the house. So please hold. I'll play some music for you guys. Hold on. Hey, two geeky gamers. I'm gonna be really pissed if somebody's using the internet in the house because I told them that I'd be doing this. So hold on. Okay, how's the stream now, guys? Is it still, like, lagging really bad? I really need to figure out what's going on. This is bothering me. Alright, I'm gonna go offline one more time and see if I can figure this out. This is really irking my nerve. I really don't get it. Like, this is genuinely pissing me off, too. Like, I don't get it. Thanks, Taco Cat. I don't get it. This is getting on my nerves now. Like, genuinely. Alright, we're kind of okay. Well, we're just gonna have to do this. Do it like this. It's fluctuating from green to red, so I'm hoping it'll stay like this for the duration of the stream. But anyway, so yeah, that's what's going down. I know I really do need to hit it with a hammer. Like, Jesus. This is so stupid. Hey, Miss K Reeds. Hey, Ryan. Wow. Okay. I was not expecting that. Cassandra, you're probably gonna have to refresh your browser. Like, sorry, I hate to tell you, but you're probably gonna have to do that. Yeah, I am feeling well enough to stream. It was a little disheartening when I fractured my freaking arm. But no, it's not hindering me from doing any work, so yay on that one. Yeah. Yeah, I am feeling well enough to stream. It was a little disheartening when I fractured my freaking arm. But yeah, so well, yeah, anyway. So, God, it's so annoying. I had to keep fixing this thing. But yeah, so Ryan, I was not expecting you to be in this stream. Thank you for coming by. I hope you did very well on your test and paper and all that hoo-ah. For those of you who can't see anything, you're probably gonna have to refresh the stream. I was experiencing some technical difficulty, although it seems to be working now. I'm not having any real problems. Yeah, I heard about that, Ramsey. Thank you. Well, this stream This stream is I mostly come on here, I shoot the shit with everyone and just kind of update everyone on what's going on. And then I just do some story readings. I read stories live. I read requests that I think that you guys would like me to read. And that's awesome, Hussein Bailoon. Yes, that is the goal of the stream. And then at the end, if I am not too burnt out or whatever, I will answer some questions. Although I am going to hold off on answering questions this time because I want to direct all of you to my update video where I ask you guys to ask me questions that you would like me to answer. And then I will answer those questions to the best of my ability if I haven't answered them already. But yeah, so this is really making me nervous with my frame rates. I don't know what else to kill. Probably gonna make OBS a priority. Change OBS to high priority. Hopefully that'll help. Hey, Kaylin. It might be jump cutting because I have this weird noise gate thing on, which I'll probably end up turning off here, actually. I was never really a big fan of the noise gate, so let me get in here and take that out. Or at least drop the threshold down a little bit. Alright, that might be a little better. Ooh, okay. Let me raise that up a little bit more, because you can hear everything. Alright, that's a little better. Yeah, so that might be why you hear my voice jumping in and out, is because I had the noise gate on. And with the noise gate, it tries to filter any kind of background noise going on. Hey, Fossil Library. Bye, geeky gamers. Lightly salted fish fillets. Hey, Frank Plays Gaming. But yeah, so bajillion noises follow. I am feeling better, thank you. Welcome back, Suicide Awareness. My favorite creepypasta? That's a little hard. I really like The Pastel Man by Vincent Venicava. That was kind of sad. But it had such a good message at the end, you know? It was really great. Kind of reminded me of like Pumpkinhead. Kind of like a gothic horror type, you know, storyline. It was really good. I am streaming earlier than normal, just because there's supposed to be like bad weather possibly coming in. But yeah, you know what? Fuck it. I'm just gonna take the noise gate off here. Yes, remove it. All right, we'll just keep it like that. Have a little bit of background noise. It's not a big deal. But yeah, so I will be reading stories tonight. Thanks, Alex. Thanks, Hopeful Generation. But yeah, I just, yeah, I don't know what's going on. I'm just gonna turn off the noise gate in general. Thank you. But yeah, the Pastel Man was a really good story, and it had like I said, it had a kind of dark gothic horror type feel to it. And I don't know, like the Pastel Man was almost like a cross between some weird alien being or a demon or like Mephistopheles, but it's really weird. I'm feeling better, Cassandra. Like I said, it's not like I was sick or anything. I was just in a lot of pain because I fractured my arm. Thank you, Kerr Ryder. I love Studio Ghibli music. You'll be submitting a creepypasta. Awesome. What kind of stories do you like to write? Yeah, I agree. And honestly, my noise isn't really that bad. It gets a little annoying sometimes when I'm having to record and I have to put in like a noise filter. I wish there was a good way that I could do like a noise filter. I did, Cassandra. Thank you. You know, Frank, I wanted to stay away from that story just because Corpse Husband kind of like iconically made that into his own story. So I didn't want to like touch it because that's almost like his unicorn, you know what I mean? Hey, Blissful Martini. Well, the stream seems to be doing better. Like the stream health is staying within the orange and the green. So I'm going to pray that it stays on this level for right now. And hope hope to God that nothing else crazy happens while I'm streaming here. But yeah, so I'm going to be reading a little bit of Matt Demersky, a little bit of Henry Galley, and a little bit of C.K. Walker tonight. Just to kind of get things rolling. And I think there's stories that I think you would all enjoy. One of the stories, unfortunately, though, I cannot link you because it was an exclusive story. Shh! Don't tell anybody. But since I love you guys, I'm going to let you listen to it. I know, right? Yay, stream quality is doing better. You guys might have to refresh your browsers. I'm not 100% sure. Because right now it says my stream health is still within the orange and the green. So you may want to try restarting or refreshing your browser. That's the only bit of advice that I can give you, because right now it's keeping me in the orange and the green. Like, it keeps fluctuating between the orange and the green. I really don't know what's going on. I haven't changed my settings from last time. I'm even running it like on, like, I turned off Arrow, so I don't know what could possibly be happening right now. But let's hope for the best. Anyway, so the first story I'm going to allow you guys to listen to, actually, it's going to be from a podcast that I was in, and it's a story by Matt Demersky, and it is called The Incident on Maple Avenue. Now, this story is nowhere online. Like, you can't find it. He never posted it on Reddit. He never posted it on his channel, or not on his channel, on his his website where he posts all of his other works. This was an exclusive story just for Chilling Tales for Dark Nights, Simply Scary podcast stories, and I want to be able to share it with you all. So I took a snippet from it. It's just the section of the story, or of the it's just the section of the podcast audio where I'm in the story. I play a character named Sarah, and it is narrated by Jason Hill, I do believe. He plays the character Evan, and it's a really great story. And it's I love Matt Demersky's work. It's really good, and it's just got a great cast of characters. I wish I could go into detail and tell you who all was in it. I'll have to look up the details later, because I don't quite remember it off the top of my head. I just remember that Jason was the main narrator in the story. But it's the audio production is really good, and I want you guys to have a listen to it. So without further ado, I don't know if I know that story, Fossil Library. Eating disorder? I really enjoyed I heard Sniper 0001. I enjoyed playing Murray. She's a very strong character. She's awesome. But I've never heard the story Eating Disorder, Fossil Library. I've never heard of that story. You eat fish. Yeah, if keeping it at HD isn't helping, you might want to turn it down. Right now my stream health quality is completely in the green, so it should be getting better. I guess I just needed to let the stream kind of run its course for a little while. I don't know. But anyway, so like I said, the first story I'm gonna let you guys listen to is by Matt Demersky, and it's called The Incident on Maple Avenue. So I really hope you enjoy it. And without further ado, here is The Incident on Maple Avenue.
I was sitting in my room fiddling with my phone when the ambulance went screaming past my window and crashed into a utility pole down the street with a wall-shaking crunch. After a dumbfounded moment of shock, I leapt up and nearly tripped over the backpack I'd left on the floor. The instant I'd gotten home, I'd sat down and begun browsing random things online, and so had never actually taken off my shoes or settled in. That gave me an advantage now. Fully clothed, jacket and shoes already on, I slammed open my door and ran out into the night. Just as I moved through my short yard, a bright flash starkly lit the avenue, and the 4 small houses across the street briefly burned themselves green in my vision. The disorientation didn't last long, but it was enough to give something the opportunity to burst into flames near the ambulance before I could tell what it was. Full of apprehension, half blinded and not sure what to do, I jogged rather than ran closer. A hand on my shoulder stopped me. A sharp-eyed older man peered around at the wreck, his glasses reflecting glimmering light blue.
Careful, those flames are extremely hot.
Smoke began to roil through the neighborhood as the light blue fire oozed in a growing pool in front of the ambulance. What's burning? Studying it from a distance, he shook his head.
It looks like something flew through the front windshield during the crash and ruptured on the pavement. Napalmish consistency. Very hot. It could be a dangerous chemical.
As the rest of the neighborhood began tentatively joining us on the street, I looked him over. You an expert on this sort of thing?
Academic only, but yes. I'm Grady. Professor Grady.
I'm Evan. I think I've seen your name on the class list.
Possibly, yes.
He turned and raised his arms to gather our neighbors.
Everyone, please be very careful to avoid that fire. It could be dangerous. Don't inhale the smoke if it comes your way. Can someone call emergency services?
Cast in light blue, the 7 approaching faces were as eerie as they were fearful, and I recognized 2 of them. There was that blonde girl who went for a run every morning around the time I usually left for campus, and behind her was a Japanese-American student I'd seen in 2 of my classes. He came forward and spoke to me first while the others got out their phones.
I've seen you around. I'm O'Hara.
Evan.
How is the driver?
Nobody's checked on him yet.
What, are we just going to stand here staring? Let's go!
Be careful. We'll shout if that burning liquid gets near the ambulance.
Together, we crept closer to the growing wall of pale blue fire as it seeped across the street like a closing curtain. The professor had been right. From here, I could see something had broken open upon the pavement ahead. Whatever the container had been, it had begun to melt now, and it hurt to look in the direction of the searing flames. Sliding along the side of the ambulance to partially shield ourselves from the heat, O'Hara and I pried open the crumpled door and dragged the driver away from danger. As we made it back to the group, the blonde girl I recognized spoke up.
None of our phones are working. Is yours?
Several others had leaned over the driver. I pulled out my phone. I'd just been using it minutes before with the battery half full, but now it refused to turn on. No.
It doesn't matter.
Professor Grady checked the man's bloody neck.
He's dead.
But why are our phones all dead?
Scanning the area, it occurred to me that the only light was that of the growing curtain of fire. Limited to one end, the flames cast the rest of the lane in dancing pale blue, and there were no illuminated windows to be seen among our houses. You guys had lights on, right? Several heads nodded while their owners' eyes went searching. Their reaction told me I was right. There was a flash when I first came out here.
Perhaps an EMP.
Grady stood before pulling down on his brown jacket to adjust it. Still kneeled over the dead man, O'Hara looked up.
I don't think this dude is really an ambulance driver.
Prompted to explain, he began searching through pockets.
There's nothing on him at all except a government card. And even that's just a photo and the number.
No name? Grady began looking at the wreckage again.
Well, if an electromagnetic device did go off, something more is going on. Why are the back doors of the ambulance open?
From where we stood, it looked like the doors had somehow crumpled outwards. Daring the heat, we could see strange liquids dripping from the ceiling within the devastated vehicle, and a complete lack of medical equipment. Rather, it looked like a prison car carrying the disguise of an ambulance. Open manacles lay on the floor within, glinting pale blue. It was unclear whether they had been recently used to chain someone. The olive-skinned guy was the first to say what we were all thinking.
Did someone climb out the back after it crashed?
If we can't call, we should go for help. I can't see any lights. Is the entire city dark?
At the edge of the group, a lanky, red-haired boy a little younger than us stood staring off into the darkness.
It's eerie out there. No way am I going.
Nobody leaves.
I turned to Grady because I guessed he wouldn't say something like that lightly. Why?
You all came out to the street from your individual houses, right?
Many glances were shared, and 8 heads nodded while he watched.
And none of you saw anyone unknown running from here?
None of us had.
Do any of you live together?
We looked at each other and shook our heads.
No roommates happen to be home right now? No friends over?
Nope.
No.
Me neither. These are all singles on this side of the buildings. It's like a split sort of thing.
Same over on ours.
And that's very unlucky,
Grady studied our faces.
because there are 9 of us and 8 houses. Someone doesn't belong.
It hit me as I stared at the burst-open doors. Someone here climbed out of that ambulance. Behind his glasses, Grady's expression was grim.
Yes.
Collectively, we took a stunned moment to realize how much trouble we were in. We began to discuss vague notions of having seen one another, and I tried to vouch for the girl whose name turned out to be Sarah. But it was clear that nobody on this street actually knew each other despite having lived together for half a school year. At the time of the incident, we had all been too busy on our computers or phones to have seen much. Worse, only Uhara had brought his wallet outside, and thus could show a driver's license confirming his identity.
What about you, Professor? We're all students. Why are you here?
This is my first semester teaching at this college. I'm in temporary housing until I find a long-term place.
That's very convenient.
Not for me.
Seeing the tension rising, I stepped forward. Come on, guys, no matter what happens, we can't turn on each other. If there is someone who doesn't belong, that's what they'd want, right? For us to fight?
Nobody here looks like a terrorist.
Beyond Sarah, Todd, the red-haired lanky guy, broke his silence.
It's so weird out there with all the lights off. Why would terrorists EMP our college?
I frowned. Come on, nobody's saying it's a terrorist.
Well, that may not have been the initial plan. He may have needed to do it as part of his escape.
I held my palms forward in an attempt to stop that line of thought. Again, no one said it was a terrorist.
Sarah did?
Uhara pointed at our only olive-skinned student.
It's obviously Akil, right? Sarah's not wrong that the rest of us don't look like terrorists.
Akil glowered.
Seriously? Do I even have to explain how asinine that is?
Hey, I call it like I see it.
Akil approached, a threatening expression on his face.
You want to compare numbers? There are more attacks from white guys than people that look like me. For all we know, Evan's the terrorist.
I took a step back. Hey, no.
Is that true? Are there more attacks by white people?
Rather than facing him down, Akil was suddenly side by side with Uhara.
Hey, I only know what I see on TV. I just happen to watch different channels than most.
I took another step back, suddenly apprehensive. I had nothing to do with those groups, but saying so would mean nothing. Beside me, Professor Grady held out a separating hand and grimaced.
Well, there's no TV or internet here, so let's just take stock of what we do know. The ambulance contained a fake driver, a container of some sort of volatile substance, a possibly related electromagnetic device that knocked out the power, and a prisoner that is now among us. You know what I notice? A distinct lack of said device. The technology that caused that green flash. It's nowhere to be found.
From his position behind everyone, Todd raised his hand.
Well, then that means the former prisoner still has it.
Yes.
Something about this seemed too rapid and volatile for my tastes. We're making an awful lot of assumptions here. Grady disagreed.
There are facts before us, Evan. We can't ignore them. Something is going on here, and we are likely in real and physical danger. Our only hope is to identify the stranger and restrain them until the power comes back on.
Cornered by what seemed like a very logical argument, I could only accept it and hope to keep the process civil. Should we tell our life stories or something? See if something doesn't add up? Uhara shrugged.
I'm a student. I'm from Brooklyn. What else do you want to know?
Does anyone have family nearby we can go to for help?
I would, but they're on vacation, and I'm not going out there.
Akil clenched a fist.
Life details are useless. Any youth recruited for a mission would be trained to tell a convincing story.
Uhara sneered.
You sound like you know what you're talking about.
It's a real thing in my country. You learn to avoid them.
Grady again rallied us.
Akil is correct that talking won't be enough. We need to find that device. Let's search each other.
Splitting into two groups, we began to search our opposite pairs. I awkwardly patted down Sarah before she did the same in return while sheepishly apologizing twice. None of our 9 appeared to have any sort of mysterious technological object on them. Todd stood apart, still staring off into the darkness beyond the houses where the pitch sky formed writhing silhouettes against nearby trees that were only dimly lit by the curtain of fire at the end of our street.
The escapee must have thrown it somewhere or lost it in the crash. We should go around to each house as a group to both look for the device and find our wallets.
As we agreed to this, the wall of fire completed a nearly imperceptible shift into pure white. With the blue tint gone, the neighborhood looked almost normal, and we moved as a suspicious group towards the first house. Glancing left and right, I watched for any out-of-place action. It appeared that there were 8 students and 1 professor, but how could any of us be a secret threat? Were terrorists recruiting college students now? I put a hand forward and stopped the tattooed and black-haired girl named Olivia from entering what she claimed to be her house. We can't see anything in there. No phones, no flashlights, no way to look around. That fire's the only light. Grady rapped his knuckle lightly on the frame of the door in frustration instead of going in.
Oh, you're not wrong. I can't see anything inside, but we have to try.
Olivia hesitantly led the way, and the 9 of us squeezed into her front room. From this angle, a very small amount of light cast by the fire was making it through the window, so only silhouettes were visible. I moved along the wall with my hand, feeling stacked records and books on shelves. Olivia rummaged along a couch in the dark.
It's around here somewhere. Wait, I think I found it.
A window shattered deeper in the house. A thud sounded, followed by a grunt. An impact shook the floor and the others began shouting. Trying to discern what was happening, I moved my head back and forth, but all I could see were shadowy forms. My eyes played tricks on me, interpreting certain motions as horrific, misshapen limbs striking back and forth. I realized that someone was under attack. Everybody out! I didn't have to tell them twice. Practically stampeding back through the front door, they left me with a silhouette on the floor, and I dragged the unconscious person out to where 7 stood waiting. By flickering white, I saw it was one of the guys I'd hardly spoken to. His face had been smashed against the wall or the floor, or both, and I had no doubt. He's dead. The others stared back in shock. What had been mere conjecture had suddenly become brutally real. Could it be possible that there really was some sort of terrorist or criminal among us?
We can't search the houses.
Grady stared at the corpse.
In the dark, we're vulnerable.
Sarah shook her head after a grim calculation.
Our best bet is to get in touch with other people. We should just walk to the next street over and find someone.
Beside her, Todd shivered.
No, we can't.
Why not?
Todd backed away and held his arms close to his chest. Professor Grady snapped out of his daze.
Wait, that's a good idea. We'll all go to the next street over and we'll ask their superior numbers to isolate us. Without a doubt, one of us is now a murderer.
There wasn't much need for further discussion. Leaving the 2 bodies in the street, we, panicked 8, began threading our way between the houses. The issue of darkness again presented itself, and at the front of the line just behind Sarah, I halted, listening to the night. A strange sort of growling sound echoed around us, and then... Back! The growl became a violent cry and an unseen scuffle. Our screams echoed along the lane as we dashed into white illumination, minus 1 member. The meek brunette girl whose name I hadn't gotten.
Jesus Christ!
Uhara paced nervously.
No.
Grady stood silent and alarmed. Todd hugged himself tighter and seemed on the verge of crying. Olivia and Akil frantically compared details to try to make some sense of what had happened. Who has blood on them? Who has blood on them? But it was no use. Small spatters had found their way onto each of us. We paced and circled and argued in front of the wall of fire as it slowly grew yellow in tone. Whatever chemical or liquid was burning, it was now obvious that it was beginning to cool. Our only source of light was temporary. The darkness of the night seemed to be creeping closer, confining us to our ghastly yellow street with increasing pressure. I grasped desperately at some sort of epiphany. We've been attacked. We've actually been attacked. Someone used the cover of darkness to strike twice. Which means if we make any more mistakes, any at all, they'll be waiting to do it again.
Does anyone have any weapons? I'm the only one that we can be totally certain about. Give me a weapon, and I'll guard the rest of us, Brooklyn style.
That might be wise.
No. Weapons will just make this more complicated. What if the attacker makes a surprise move and gets a hold of it? We should all be unarmed.
Or maybe all of us should have a weapon. Make every move dangerous for the murderer.
It was too late to take it back. Once the suggestion had been made, every one of us grabbed a piece of metal or wood from the wreck in nearby yards. Holding them tight and glaring at each other, we formed a circle of tension ready to snap at the slightest misstep. This is exactly what I warned against. Turning on each other only helps the enemy.
Oh. Now you think there's an enemy?
I angled slightly to face Akil more directly. Yes, we've been attacked. I never said there wasn't a terrorist. I just wanted to wait until we knew more.
That's not what I remember.
Sarah lowered her long piece of metal and interjected.
No, he's right. There's no point in fighting. We're not the police. If one of you is an enemy, just go. It doesn't matter.
Looking around our circle, person by person, I waited for someone to make a move. I imagined everyone else was doing the same. After several moments spent at the edge of tension, I sighed. It's not going to work. The stranger won't reveal themselves on purpose. We're all poised to attack them the moment they do. Todd kept looking over his shoulder at the darkness outside of our slowly shrinking region of yellow light. Only the nearest 6 houses were still illuminated, and he was positively sweating from fear.
This standoff can't last forever. Sooner or later, that fire's gonna die, and then someone will make their move.
Glancing at Professor Grady, it occurred to me that he wasn't sweating. I could see glinting beads of yellow reflection on each of our foreheads, but not his. Was he just that calm under pressure? The tricks that my eyes had played upon me pushed to the forefront of my awareness, and my ears recalled the growling I'd heard. I breathed with wide-eyed realization. Holy God! It's not a terrorist! Everyone's eyes were on me. I took in the yellowed faces in our circle of suspicion. It's a creature. Did anyone else see that tentacle-like thing striking in Olivia's house? Nobody said a word. I pointed. You, Sarah, you saw it.
I don't know what I saw. I just think we should wait until someone comes or the phones start working again.
We may need to find that device and turn it off for that to happen. It may be sitting discarded somewhere nearby, continually pumping out electrical disruption.
You're awfully interested in that device, Professor Grady. I think we should focus on figuring out who the creature is.
What exactly are you getting at, Evan? There's no creature. As depressing as it is, human beings are capable of violence and murder the same as any imagined monster.
It's a shapeshifter. It has to be. Amorphous limbs and the ability to growl, changing only in the dark so as not to reveal itself? Come on, think about it. What's all that goo inside the ambulance? Grady's expression grew increasingly stern.
Don't foment panic, Evan. This is a factual situation with real strategy and real risk. There's no shape-shifting creature here, only a murderer. Look at the facts.
I am. I scanned the group for support. Some of them looked partially convinced. I have a set of facts, and I am being perfectly logical. The intruder among us has to be a shape-shifting creature. What's the goo in the ambulance?
Well, how are we supposed to know that without chemical analysis? It could be more of that incendiary liquid.
We stood in stressed silence and apprehension for a full 20 seconds as the fire beyond the ambulance descended smoothly into a deep orange shade that somehow made everything both lit and dark at the same time. Thus shadowed, Akil shivered.
I'm with Evan. It's not a terrorist.
That's just dumb. Let's stick to the real world.
I don't want it to be a creature. I'm sorry.
Visibly torn, Sarah finally chose a side.
I think it's a creature too. I did see something.
Sarah and Akil moved near me. Grady, Uhara, and Todd shifted to face us, weapons at the ready. Apart from both groups, Olivia chimed in.
Are we going to fight now? Is that it? You're all being ridiculous.
Uhara nodded promptly.
We'll fight if it comes to that.
Yeah, that's right.
I locked eyes with Grady, who relaxed his stance. I noticed he didn't throw down his weapon.
We should find that device. All 7 of us should go yard to yard. The murderer must have dropped it when the fire first flared up.
I glanced at my team. Agreed. But you don't touch it, since you've been all about finding it from the first moment. Grady's eyes narrowed in a subtle orange-shadowed glare. But he did not protest. In a loose knot, we moved down each sidewalk, yard to yard, peering at bushes and trees by flickering orange. I studied the movements of each of these supposed neighbors, trying to see something alien in their gait, in their unconscious mannerisms, and in their words. But they were all flawlessly human. I would almost have thought we were all who we said we were, if not for the fact that 2 of us had actually been attacked and killed. The only possibility was that there was really an infiltrator among us. Getting on her hands and knees to reach into a storm drain, Olivia crowed with triumph.
Yes!
She pulled a strange, spined metal hedron out from below. It was definitely technological, but with an aesthetic unlike anything I'd seen before. All 7 of us stared. As she lifted it high, the light of the fire shifted to dim blood red. Uhara pushed Olivia violently and without warning. Todd rushed in to back him up, and Grady accepted the handoff of the device before all 3 ran back towards the fire. Sarah, Akil, and I had managed a few surprised shoves, but our attention turned to Olivia, who lay bleeding from her head against the concrete shoulder of the street. She was unconscious, and it was unclear what we could do for her. As much as I wanted to keep the peace, vengeful anger overtook me, and I led the charge towards the blood-red flames. The shoving and bashing and stabbing happened in a whirlwind. Todd and Akil fell, too injured to do anything but groan. Sarah and I stood facing Grady and Uhara, each of us bloodied. "I know you're the creature, Grady." Uhara glanced once at Grady, but the professor just smiled by crimson light and pushed him back into the flames. With that shove, Uhara fell into the burning napalm-like ooze and died in seconds.
Ouch.
Grady turned his attention back to me.
Well, there's no creature, you fool, and no terrorist either. I just wanted this.
Grady held up the hedron.
We had no idea what its function was, but if it's the massive EMP device I think it is, after seeing it in action, it's going to be very useful.
Full of rage, I took a step, but he drew a gun from inside his brown coat.
Careful now, Evan.
Why did you just shoot us before? Why put us through all of this?
Grady smirked.
I'm a decent shot, but I was sure the 8 of you could still take me. It was far easier to present 2 sets of facts and let you divide yourself and destroy each other.
I didn't care anymore. I leapt forward and smashed down with my metal bar, not at Grady, but at the device. Several loud shots erupted and a spear of fire burned in my leg, but I brought the device crashing down to the pavement, where it broke into a dozen pieces.
You idiot! Do you know how much money you just destroyed?
Holding the gun to ward me off, Grady kneeled down and tried to gather the pieces with his hands, but it was no use. Sour, he sat abruptly down on the street, gun still halfway up.
Oh.
Bitterly, Grady resigned himself to his fate. The conflict was over, for the prize had been destroyed. Fatigued by the sudden release of tensions, we also sat. As the fire cooled into a small, smoldering aura of colorless light that barely contained us, I nursed my shot leg. The shadows in Olivia's house I'll chalk up to my imagination. But what was with the growling?
I assumed it was just an animal or something. But it wasn't me. I thought one of you did it out of paranoia.
A chill ran down my spine. So, you didn't attack us in the dark? Grady looked at Sarah and me with growing concern.
No.
He was growing more visible in my sight then, and I realized we'd made it to dawn. The glorious sun began to crest on the horizon, and we watched with relief. But only for a moment. It was not our imaginations, and it was not an after effect of the bright fire we'd been near all night. All the world brightened, and we saw the truth of our reality. It became very clear that all of us had been more than fools. Scattered about on the street, wounded, bloodied, and hopeless, we watched as strange, tentacled, and clawed beasts that had formerly been hidden in the darkness now circled our fragment of civilization. There was no city out there. The device had not been an EMP. No, it had been something else entirely. And it had taken the front half of our 8 houses and the majority of our stretch of road along for the ride. There might have been hope if we had done things differently. But we hadn't. We'd been so busy with suspicion, fear, greed, and hatred that we'd spent the entire night destroying ourselves rather than tackling the real problem. The fire was gone now, and so was our time. I clutched my weapon tight and steeled myself bitterly. For once, there was no argument. One fact above all cut through our biases, beliefs, and rivalries. The sun here was green.
And that's that. Wasn't that an awesome story? Like, oh, it just sent chills up my back when I listened to it. Because, you know, when I did the lines for Chilling Tales, I just submitted my lines and that was it. But at the end, it like really blew my mind. Oh, God, Matt Demersky is such a brilliant fucking writer. Like, I love his shit. It's so great. Hey, Cool Goldfinch. Yeah, but he's such a good writer. Like, I love his work. It's so fucking great. Like, it just, like I said, sends chills up my back. Thanks, Remy. Yeah, no, like, so wasn't that wild that the device that they were trying so hard to find, when they broke it, the minute they broke it, it sent them to this dimension? Like, isn't that crazy? Like, oh my God, that just blew my fucking mind when I was listening to this. When I read the script too, I was like, what is going on? But I had a lot of fun working on that project, for real. It was good times. Also, thank you. It was good. I know, right? You guys want more, right? So good. Such a good story. But yeah, that's just kind of the projects that I've been working on recently. I'll turn the music back on here. But yeah, that's a lot of the projects that I've been working on recently. Thank you. Yeah, no, what happened is that the device, the Hedron that they were looking for, apparently when Evan smashed it from Dr. Grady's hand and broke it, it caused a giant flash to happen, and it sent their neighborhood, or that area of their neighborhood, into a different dimension or onto a different planet. Alright, bye Red, thank you so much for coming by. Hey, Mr. Renegade Shinobi. What a green sun give. Ah, Remy. Yeah, you turn into Shrek. But yeah, so that's just, like I said, that's a lot of the stuff that I've been working on lately. Just little voice acting snippets here and there on both the No Sleep podcast and Chilling Tales for Dark Night. yeah, that's the kind of level of audio production that I want to be able to put into a lot of my work, which is why I try to go into more detail with the stuff that I do regarding sound effects and background music. And I really hate that some of the stories that I really want to do require multiple voices, because it's really hard to just go and find other voices that I think would fit the roles, because, you know, other voice actors are busy, on top of the fact that other narrators, you know, like, they're busy doing their own thing, and it's just really hard all the way around. Thanks, Hopeful Generation. Oh yeah, shoot, forgot the music was up. Haha. There you go. I had to turn the desktop audio up so you guys could hear everything. Yeah, unfortunately, the Chilling Tales has gone dark for a while. They because of the whole ad revenue thing, like, it's crazy. Thank you. Yeah, so that's the whole deal with that. Thank you, Wolfie Ravenwood, excuse me. Yeah, so that's literally what I enjoy doing. That's the kind of stuff that I love to do. Hello, Joe De La Rosa. I know, Silver. Okay, so that's the other thing too, is like, I'm discovering more and more voice actors that I would think would do really well in certain parts. No, it is sucked. It is so terrible, Finch, to be tired and working and injured. It's the worst. The worst feeling ever. The worst. But yeah, no, so I don't know if Ryan is still here, but Ryan, a guy that I work with, I want to do stuff with him too. He's a really talented actor, and he's like, I want to do something with you, Ree. So I'm gonna try and get him onto some stuff, and get him featured on some stuff. So it'd be really cool. Okay, come back soon, JW. Oh God, Remy. Are you talking about Tad the Caver? Or Ted the Caver? Was that the story you emailed me, Cat Plays? I'm not sure. Unless it's the one that you emailed me today, then I might have gotten it. Yeah, so I'm excited. I'm excited. I can't wait to read another story for you guys. I'm really like, oh my God, I'm so stoked. Oh, it's so exciting. Like, seriously, I'm like, let's see. So yeah, oh, also there's this project that I'm doing with Atticus and Henry Galley and a whole group of other people, and I really I do know Mr. Creepypasta, Fossil Library. When are we going on our Starbucks date? Soon, Jared, soon. Hey, Bloodline Wolf. Are you going to do more bloopers? I would like to, Tijala. They did. They gave me pain medication. I actually just took a little bit of ibuprofen a little while ago. But yeah, so I really want you guys to hear the snippet that Atticus put together of this future project that I'm gonna do. I don't know if you guys remember me telling you, but it's like a murder mystery, like film noir kind of style deal. And aw, come back soon, Suicide Awareness. Yeah, so it was this it's a horror murder mystery film noir type story, crime thriller podcast / audio drama that I'm in called Congeria, and it's in the works. It's a long process, and I've recorded for the first 2 episodes already, and I really want you guys to hear a snippet of the first episode. Just to like get you guys hyped up for it. Aw, thank you, Shannon. Yeah, I've seen gameplay of Little Nightmares. I really want to play it. It's on my wish list. Yes, Hopeful Generation, you can re-email me your story. It's okay, Remy. Let me see. Oh yeah, I did get that email, Cat Plays. Yeah, I did. I don't know. I might have a guy narrating that role, Wolfie. Or I might just do it myself. I don't know. I can be weird. I can be stalkerish to myself. Whew, I don't know why I'm yawning. I'm not even tired. Oxygen needs to go to my brain. Of course, Remy, you already have the game. Of course you do. So jealous. I'm so broke. I have so many games I don't want to play. You know, I might just say fuck it and just let you guys listen to the snippet anyway. What do you guys think? Did you guys want to hear the snippet from Congeria? It's only 8 minutes long. But I think it'll get you guys excited for what's to come. It's amazing. So let me know what you guys think. Would you guys like to hear it? Because I can't wait for you all to listen to it. Hi, Frog and Sun. Hello from England. Hello. Golden Sheen. Just read Stolen Tongues. I'll definitely have to check it out. Yes, that's the one that I wanted, Remy. Little Nightmares. Oh. Yeah, I did get Songbird Cat Plays. I did. Aw. Alright. Okay, guys. Okay. Alright. Let me get it out. Let me search for it. I'm super excited about it too. I really think you guys are gonna enjoy it. And like I said, this is just a snippet, so, you know, don't get upset that it's only 8 minutes long. I'm giving you a job at my station. I wish I had that kind of authority, Hussein. I wish I did. Hey, Lollipop CL. Oh, Ryan, there you are. I was just talking about you. Ryan's actually heard this already, but I'm sure he won't mind listening to it again. So, yeah. Alright, so in that case, let me get it ready. And this is a snippet from episode 1 of Congeria.
Okay, here's a fun one for you.
Jesus Christ. All right, hit me.
Let's say for a second, a magic fairy flies into your bedroom at night and presents you with an ultimatum.
What is it with you and all the magic fairy stuff? Can't you just ask the question like a normal person?
Oh, shut it, you're throwing me off. Anyway, so the magic fairy flies in and she says to you, you've got a choice. You can either fuck a dead cat or cut your dick off. What do?
What the fuck is wrong with this fairy?
Don't dodge the question.
Right now, the only question on my mind is what terrible sin I must have committed in a past life to get saddled with your depraved arse. If you've got any more perverse fairy tales, you can keep them to yourself, thanks.
Excuse me, mate. Can we get another 2 pints over here? My friend isn't drunk enough to start having fun yet.
Screw you.
Sure thing. Coming right up.
Thanks.
Any word from Resnick yet?
Huh?
You know, on what the hell we're meant to be doing.
Same as before. We stay put and await further orders.
Great. Now we're getting ignored by our boss, too. He sure knows how to make his employees feel valued.
I don't know why you're so uptight about it, mate. Can't you just enjoy the time off for once? Last time I checked, they don't give out end-of-year bonuses for being the most anal retentive.
Time off, Graham. Not exactly time off when you could get the call at any moment, constantly on edge, waiting to pick up the damn phone. That's not my idea of fun. If I wanted that, I'd have stayed at the call center.
Here you go, fellas.
Thanks.
Is the phone ringing now?
What?
Is the phone ringing right now, at this very moment?
No.
Then bottoms up, Wilson, my boy. We're on holiday.
Whoa there.
Whoopsie daisy.
You okay there, lady?
Yep. Oh yeah. Doing just fine. Can I get another round here, barkeep?
I think you might have had enough.
What? I'm practically sober.
You've got a funny way of showing it.
Barkeep?
Sorry, ma'am. I think you better call it a night.
Oh, come on.
The decision's final. No ifs, ands, or buts.
Shit. How about a bottle of Jack for the road? Then I'm out of your hair. I promise.
Oh, you got any idea what kind of trouble I could get in for that? God's sake, you can barely walk.
Ah, well, I guess you're right. I think I'll just stay here and start singing Smash Mouth's greatest hits. Loudly.
Oh, for the love of Christ. All right, but if anyone asks, you got it from the liquor store next door, you hear?
You're an angel.
There, now get moving. Not interested in cleaning up your fucking puke.
God bless you, sir.
She was pretty.
Pretty drunk.
As if that'd put you off.
Fuck off. Besides, I don't usually go for brunettes.
Oh, spare me. Your type is anyone you can overpower.
Again, fuck off. You're projecting.
She was attractive, though, you got to admit.
You got a point you're building up to here?
Yeah. Pretty girl like that, drunk as hell. Is she really safe walking home at night?
Probably not. But that's not our problem. We're on our awesome little stateside holiday, after all. I don't see why we should lift a finger for anybody.
Where's your sense of chivalry, Wilson? A pair of strapping young lads like us should be escorting a little lady like that back to the safety of her home. It's our gentlemanly duty.
You can't be serious.
Oh, watch me.
And you expect me to pick up the tab? Again?
I'll cover it next time, I swear.
Sure you will. Freeloading asshole. So, have you got a plan of action, or are you just going in all Peter Sutcliffe on her?
Dunno. Suppose I'll just wing it.
The most terrifying 6 words in the English language.
Excuse me, miss. I was wondering if we could get a quick word with you.
Smooth.
Fuck off, I'm working on it. Miss, could you hear me out for just a second?
I think she's more interested in her whiskey, Graham. Can't we just go back inside?
Yeah, we'll just see about that. Miss!
You know, I've had a sudden change of heart. I was wrong earlier. This is brilliant.
Miss, would you listen to me for just a second? Miss! Are you fucking deaf?
Maybe it's just selective hearing, you know? All the frequencies that seem particularly wankerish just get tuned out. I'll look into getting it myself.
That's it. Give me that fucking bottle.
If you insist.
Bam! Fuck, my fucking face! Gah!
Holy shit, Graham!
Shh. Don't scream.
Jesus fucking Christ!
Don't sweat it. He'll live. Now, let's see if you will.
Look, I'm sorry. I'm so fucking sorry. We didn't mean to cause any harm. We'll give you money. So much money.
Shut up. I don't want your money. I just want you to be quiet. Quiet and still.
like your friend there.
Fucking bitch.
Exactly. All right, Wilson, don't scream. If you scream, I might panic, and if I'm panicking, I'm more likely to do something stupid. So, we understand each other now, or do I have to go over it again for you, but slower?
How do you know my name? Who the hell are you?
I'll ask the questions. That way, you can keep all your blood inside your body, and you can get your wannabe sex criminal friend over there to the emergency room before he gets any uglier. Deal?
Deal.
Good. See how much easier everything is when you're cooperative?
I'm blind. I've gone fucking blind.
Shut up. Now, Wilson, are you listening carefully?
Yes. Very carefully.
Good. I'm looking for a girl about yay high, sweet little smile, curly hair. Been missing for a few days. You know a girl like that, Wilson?
Yes.
I want you to tell me everything you know about Claire Dubois. Congeria, Episode 1, The Ballad of Claire Dubois, Part 1.
And that's it. So that's the snippet. I know you guys are probably so mad that that's the end. I'm mad too, actually. I'm like, no, I can't believe that's the end. That so fucking sucks. Oh, I was so sad. But yeah. So yeah, that's gonna be Congeria. That's a project that's coming up soon. I can't tell you when, and I can't tell you where or how. It's all being kept kind of hush hush right now. But yeah, that's the character that I play in the story. Thanks, suicide rate awareness. Right? Don't piss me off. Yeah, it's got its own opening song and its own closing song. It's really good. I'm so excited. Yeah, but no, the editing in that was so phenomenal. I'm excited. If you can't tell, I have like the biggest smile on my face. I know, I'm sorry, guys. Oh, check my Steam. Okay, sorry, I missed that message. I'm checking it now. Thank you, Kevin. I appreciate it. What's up, Wolfie? What's up? Right? Lightly salted fish fillets. Negan-esque, Tiffany. I don't know if I was tapping into Negan when I did that. Right? Okay, so like I said, guys, it's got its own, it's a podcast coming up. It's hey Adriel. Yeah, you did. You missed a pretty awesome snippet. But yeah, so that's a future project that I'm going to be doing with Atticus and Henry Galley. He's one of the writers on the podcast or audio drama. And I'm so excited, guys. Like, I wish you guys just knew how excited I am about it. But it's so great because, you know, acting is always what I wanted to do, you know, and I love voice acting. It's one of my passions, and I want to do not only voice acting for audio dramas and horror stories and podcasts and stuff, but I also want to do animations, and I want to be in cartoons and anime. So I know, right? I'm so excited. No, I wasn't. I wasn't talking about you, suicide awareness. Aw, bye, Caitlin. Thanks for stopping by. Yeah, I try. Imagination, you haven't missed too much. We did a story that I was in from Chilling Tales for Dark Night, and we also did a story from, or not a story, but I showed let everyone listen to a snippet of a future horror narration, or horror crime thriller murder mystery. Ooh, hiccups, excuse me. Crime thriller. It's gonna be coming up soon, so I'm super stoked about it. Like, I'm so excited. Pre-purchase prey. Gothic Armada apparently is the midweek madness sale. I know. Oh my goodness. Well then. Gage. Alright. Alright, Gage. You're awesome. Thank you so much. So Remy, I guess you don't have to get me Little Nightmares now because Gage just got it for me on Steam. So thank you so much. Thank you, K5 Somber. You're making onion rings? Oh, Panda Overlord, I'm so fucking jealous. I have water, Shannon, Dion. Yeah. Let's see. My Steam is trying to update things. Figure I'd let it go on ahead and do its thing while I'm transitioning and letting you guys talk. Alright, Remy, alright, you silly. Right? Oh my god, Sinister. I'm so fucking jealous. I want onion rings. I want onion rings now. How could you talk about that? I don't have them. I want onion rings. Some wings sound good right now. Oh my god. Why do you not have water, Amma? What's wrong with you? Boo bacon. Who's booing some bacon? Look, you guys know how I feel about bacon. Hey, Lexi. Oh my god. She threw a perfume bottle at you. Why would she do that? Oh, bye, Shannon Dion. My friend from another channel does every other weekend on Twitch. It's mostly a hangout session than playing. No, I don't really play on Twitch or stream my gaming. I probably should. It's not a very pleasant sight to see, Wolfie Ravenwood. I don't get mad very often, though. How do you even make onion rings? How do you even make onion rings? You, like, slice up the onions, dip them in beer batter, and then deep fry them. That's how you make onion rings. Beer batter is essential. BT dubs. Bacon is life. Username, bacon for me. That's right, because I'm a deer. I eat bacon. What? Well, that is an issue that needs to be addressed. Ooh, Lord, Steam. Okay, I know. Video output is low because Steam is going. Gonna exit. Yes, exit out of that shit. so I can get my video output back up. Steam was trying to update itself. I'm like, no! No, 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 no. Alright, we're still in the green. That's good. Okay, so I'm glad you guys enjoyed all that. That's awesome. What makes me angry? People who wait till they hit the corner to turn on their blinker when they're driving. Like, they might as well not even do that. Pork bakey or pork bakey. God, I can't talk. Pork bacon or turkey. I like both. Although turkey bacon looks kind of weird. Is that bad that I think turkey bacon looks kind of weird? I mean, it doesn't taste bad. It just looks weird. Kale for everyone. Yes, we're going to do some more stories. But I just wanted to let you guys listen to that kind of stuff, and was wondering, like, kind of wanting to gauge how you feel about, you know, like, the audio production level of that. But that's the kind of audio production that I'm striving for when I put stuff together. It's gonna take longer to do. Excuse me. But, while it may take longer to do, I want every bit of video that I put out to be good. Dad's tapes is gonna have to hold on for a bit because Tony, or Creepypasta Dish, or CPD, he is currently moving to Ireland. So until he is fully settled where he is, which won't be for I think a week, I'll have to hold off on putting out Dad's tapes. I'm sorry. But I will be putting out, I have pre-recorded a few videos. I just have to finish editing them and putting them together. They're longer stories because I know you guys have said that while you like the Dad's Tape series, right? My inner dominatrix. Bayonetta is a good game. I don't care who you are. But thank you, Andrew. I'm glad you agree. But that's the kind of quality of stuff that I want to start putting out from now on. It takes more work, but and that's the kind of quality stuff that I've been trying to put out with all of my stuff. So we're gonna have to wait on Dad's tapes, but I have a few other stories that I've pre-recorded that I think you'll equally just as like. And again, they're longer stories, and like I said, I know you guys have enjoyed the Dad's tapes, but I know some of you have made comments saying that you wish that I had longer stories for you guys, and so I started going back and recording longer stories for you guys to listen to. So I hope you enjoy them. I'm gonna hopefully have a video out in the next few days, and it is a longer story. It's actually a continuation of a story that I narrated before. I'm not going to tell you what story it is, though, because, well, I'm just naughty and I don't feel like I should tell you. Thank you, guys. But yeah, I'm gonna... Hey, Sean, how are you? Yes, I am a sexy, strong woman, or so I've been told. I don't know. I just really like the game Bayonetta. Bayonetta's pretty badass. Like, shit. But yeah, so I guess what I'm trying to say is, thank you guys for being patient and for being so understanding about my injury and all that stuff. Thank you, DeWaif. No, the stream's not almost over. I'm just talking. That's really all I'm doing. No, I'll never put out anything that I don't think that you guys would enjoy, and something that I'm not proud to put out as well. Thank you, A. Yeah, my community's pretty awesome. They've been so supportive, and they've helped me through so much, and I wouldn't be here where I am now if it weren't for them. Eating disorder? Aw, thank you, Fiball. What, Alma, what? Okay, eating disorder. I'm looking that up now. Eating disorder. Creepy pasta. Is it a creepy pasta? Oh, it's an Asylum series story. Okay. Is this by Matt Demersky? It is by Matt Demersky. Okay. Okay. I think I can manage this. Okay. Okay, cool. Yeah, I can manage this. This is fine. Alright, let's get some appropriate music going on in here. Okay. Alright, so I'll go ahead and read this. Also, I know guys were talking, or I know you guys have been asking what series am I going to read about after I get done with Dad's tapes, and I have a couple of possibilities. One of them is the Claver House emails. I'm definitely going to get to that. That's definitely one that I'm going to be doing, the Claver House email series. But there's a couple of series that both Henry Galley has done, or a series that Matt Demersky has done. Of course, I'm going to do Baraska, guys. Don't worry about that. I know that's the biggest thing that you guys have been asking about is, you know, doing Baraska. And I promise, I will be doing Baraska. I swear. Once I get all of the cast members that I want to get together done with it. Aw, Tiffany. Aw, hey, NM. Oh, do I own that book already? I think I bought it. Let me see. I think I bought Asylum already, like, way back when. Let me see. Let me double check. Pretty sure I did. Pretty sure I bought it. Yeah, I bought it already. Yeah, so anyway. Whoops! Getting ahead of myself. Anyway, so, what was I gonna say? Oh, yeah. So, but I was gonna do Claver House emails. I'm still gonna do that one. I haven't read the Mercy series. How many people are watching? Some people might be leaving, honestly. Some people might be leaving, some people might be staying, some people might be going. It really just depends. it can be decreasing or increasing. Yeah, like right now it says 68 are watching, but then on my dashboard it says only 60 are watching. So it could be a number of things. I don't know. Some people might be refreshing their pages. It's weird. But yeah, so there's Claver House emails, and then there's a series that I'm gonna read the first part of this series to you guys. It's both of them are by Matt Demersky, and I'm gonna read the first part of each of these to you guys, and if you like it, then I will consider doing that as the next series that I do after I finish Dad's tapes and after I work on Claver House emails. So, anyway, yeah, so without further ado, the first story I'm gonna read, I will read, this story though. What was it? Eating disorder? From the Asylum series. I'll copy and paste it into the chat for you guys. Eating his mommy. Hello, P Joeezy? Pie Joeezy? I want to say Pie Joeezy. Aw, Panda Overlord. That's what you get for not sharing your onion rings with me. You got burned. I'm just kidding. I hope you're okay. Rub some aloe vera on it. Yeah, Mr. Creepypasta said that he would help me read that when I get to start working on it, so I'm excited. Bacon is Live would be a great band name, no lie. But I'm probably gonna get Maple Reed's Creepypasta or I want to get Maple involved as well. Okay, that's fine, Wolfie. Take your time. Anyway, that's the story I'm going to be reading. I'll paste it one more time in the chat while I read aloud, you guys can read with me. All right. Thanks, Remy, for coming by. Oh, bye, Andrew. Thank you for sticking around. I know some of you have school and work and stuff in the morning. You guys rock. I am going to read Baraska eventually, Jonathan. I'm going to narrate it for my channel. I'm not going to do it live, though. And I'm probably going to do the same thing with Pen Pal. Eventually. But Jay, it's my job to scare you. I'm a horror narrator. Hello. All right. All right. Good night. Right. I know. We definitely need to, Finch. We absolutely need to. Hello, Jet Set Radio Future. That is a badass game, by the way. Jet Set Radio, if you haven't played it, or if you haven't come from that generation, you best be getting on it. It's a good game. All right. Okay, so I'm going to our Canadian MCP. Maple, yeah. Aw, thanks, Silver. Are you making a cup of tea? Or are you making a cup of joe? Gosh, Mighty Ducks references. Alright, so let's get started on this next story here. In the interests of anonymity, I will say only that I work in healthcare. We seem to get more than our fair share of strange patients. One specifically has been on my mind lately. The girl in question, a recent admission, had a story disturbing enough to run through the interdepartment grapevine fairly often. Tired of hearing the same gossip repeated endlessly, I pulled and read her file, intending to debunk the rumors. I wished I hadn't. The following is a cleaned-up version of her personal written account. This is all a misunderstanding. Honestly, I'm fine. I am not the problem. There's someone else out there responsible for this. They're doing this to torture me. I shouldn't even be here. I've had some issues with body image. That much is true. I was actually failing yet another diet when it first happened. We were out celebrating Becky's promotion. The 5 of us were at dinner. It was a really nice restaurant, but I can't remember which, and my diet willpower was running on empty. We'd all had a glass or 2 of wine by the time my salad came. I'd resolved to eat only half of it, and only that much so as not to cause a scene on Becky's night. The girls pestered me whenever I refused to eat. Still, I couldn't help but think it was no coincidence that the skinniest out of the 5 of us was the first to get promoted. We'd all graduated more than a year ago, and the real world was like a slap in the face. None of us were really where we wanted to be. Except Becky, of course. Hunger filled me with constant pain and hating myself for it stretched me to the limit. So when the waiter put cheese on my salad, I didn't stop him. I wanted to throw the salad away, to refuse to eat, but I was so hungry. And then, 2 bites in, angry but putting on a happy face for the girls, I found a long black hair. Wrapping around pieces of lettuce, it immediately disgusted me. I'd almost eaten it without realizing it. We got our meals for free, and the girls didn't even bother me when I couldn't bring myself to eat. The hair had knocked out my hunger completely. I was on cloud 9 for the next day or 2. I wasn't hungry, I wasn't stressed. It was amazing. I thought I'd stumbled onto some great new form of self-control. But the girls thought otherwise. Or maybe it was just Becky. I was at lunch with Andrea when the hunger began to reach a breaking point again. Depleted, sad, I gave in and ordered a large salad. Andrea smiled and said something about being there for me if I needed to talk. I bet she was in on it. In my memories, her smile seems vaguely sinister and mocking, as if she anticipated what would happen. I found a fingernail in my salad. A fake red fingernail. Those things are disgusting. There are so many germs under fake nails, I know. Lunch was free again, but I couldn't bring myself to eat. The shock and disgust had again knocked out my hunger completely. Part of me was relieved and empowered. I was going on 2 weeks without eating, and this whole disgust thing was really helping me lose weight. But I'm not crazy or stupid. I know that you have to eat sometimes. Another day or 2 passed, and I ordered a chicken salad while at brunch with Becky. She kept gloating on and on about her new job, about her boss was vaguely hitting on her. I hated her so much, secretly. Even if outwardly I was happy for her. I was mainly focused on my salad, though. It was sweet relief. Finally eating. Until I bit down on something hard and squishy. I spit it out quickly. I remember Becky's exact words. Oh my God. Is that a toe? I remember staring at the thing as it sat on my napkin. It was mushed, ground up, red and cooked a little, but a bone clearly stuck out of it. The entire place shut down temporarily after that, but nobody could figure out where the toe had come from. Obviously, none of the employees were missing it, but Becky basked in the attention from the scandal. She even got on local television, even though it was my salad that had the toe in it. This is a travesty. People can get seriously sick if they accidentally eat things like that, she said to the reporter. I was starting to wonder whether she had something to do with it. The shock overwhelmed me, dispelling my hunger for a little under a day, but my relief and enjoyment was short-lived. I knew I'd have to start eating again sooner rather than later. Not up for any more of Becky's sick pranks, I decided to scope the vending machines at the mall. I hated myself so much right about then, staring at candy bars and feeling weak, but I had to eat and I had no willpower left. Chocolate would make everything right. I bit into that thing. So amazing. Sweet, sweet chocolate. It was only 2 bites in that I saw something poking out between the wrapper and the candy bar, halfway down. Pulling the wrapper back, I couldn't help but hurl it on the floor as I puked up what I'd eaten. Pressed between wrapper and chocolate was what was unmistakably a flap of skin. Had it been sliced off of some body? Traces of blood still. God! But how the hell had Becky done it? How had she known? I was full on terrified and angry then, even if a tiny part of me had been relieved to throw up the 2 bites I'd eaten. Tortured but still fighting my own urge to not eat, I ordered a slice of pizza at the food court. It came with a large bubble in the crust. Sickly despairing, I ripped it open, finding what looked like someone's cornea cooked inside. God damn, Becky, she had to be somewhere around tracking me, doing this to me. Did she have the help of all the girls? I drove. By nightfall, I ended up across the state line. I pulled into a backwater restaurant I'd never heard of. Relieved, I ordered a hamburger from the polite old man who probably owned the place. There was no way Becky or the girls could interfere with my food here. The hamburger slid in front of me on a quaintly decorated plate. Looked like the most delicious thing ever. I still considered not eating it. Still considered continuing my diet. And I hated myself for giving in. But I didn't want to die. People have to eat. I paused before biting in. Sliding back the bun, I investigated the contents. Everything seemed normal until I lifted the tomato from the lettuce. I couldn't tell what it was at first. A pinkish grayish blob, a bump in the ketchup. I lifted it up by a stringy bit and stared at it until I finally understood. It was a piece of brain matter. I would have thrown up, but my heaving stomach had nothing in it. I drove away from there as fast as I could, continuing in random directions. I don't know how Becky and the girls were tracking me or predicting what I would eat, but I had to evade them. Candy bar from a gas station? Nope. Chicken nuggets from a drive-thru? Nope. I still don't understand how they did it. I even begged a younger kid to make me a sub from a start to finish, watching the entire process, making sure nothing was in it. He handed it to me. I opened it up and... oh God. I still remember his expression of confusion and horror as I screamed. But a strange calm came after that. 3 weeks without eating? 4? I knew I would die if I didn't eat. I had this strange thought. This idea of a place they couldn't predict. Couldn't make disgusting and inedible. I found it. I did it. I beat them. I found the most delicious salad and I ate it desperately, gorging, knowing I was finally saved. But I'll be honest, that wasn't what I expected to find the first time I did it. It makes sense now, though. When I cracked his skull open with that pipe, I couldn't believe it. He fell and chicken salad splattered across the pavement. Supple green lettuce, crunchy and stringy strips of chewy chicken, and that dressing was to die for. I was finding pieces of people in my food no matter where I ate, so the only logical place to find something edible was inside people. We have to feed her intravenously. Normal food terrifies and disgusts her. The whole thing makes me wonder how, in this day and age, we can still let the media impose unreasonable body images so powerfully on us. Though she's not the strangest patient we have here, she interests me because of her ability to manipulate the nurses. Apparently, and nobody ever did figure out who helped her, she convinced somebody to sneak body parts into her food the first few times we tried to feed her. At least, that's the only explanation of those incidents that makes sense. Update. I read some more files, and they continue to disturb me. The end. Ryan knows about that. We talked about it in the news. The story that Alma's talking about. Oh my god, right, Miss K? Like, I thought about it like some dummy, like some, like, crash dummy, you know? And, like, his head falls over and a salad falls out. Like, I tried not to laugh. Hey, call me Alpha. I'm good. Thank you, Imagination Infinity. Yeah, I went from 0 to 100 real quick. Did like a quick 180. I know, right? Oh, so gross. So gross, Ryan. So gross. Not a problem, Pete Man. I don't know, Jay. I don't know. Alright, so Red Eating Disorder, that was really good. I didn't realize Matt had done that. But if it's part of his Asylum series, I'm going to have to... Because I got the book a long time ago. I just didn't get a chance to read it. Alright, so next up, we have... Well, that was one story by Matt. Let's see what we can do here. I had a text message. Oh, Ryan. Alright, so I would read another story. Well, I could read another Matt Demersky story, or I could read a C.K. Walker story that's not Baraska, so don't even start. Or I could read a Henry Galley story. I have, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 stories pulled up. I don't know if I'm going to read all 8, but I do have 8 pulled up just in case. But yeah. So I'm just getting some background music ready here. So please hold. One moment, please. One moment. Yes, please hold, please. Just like I said, I'm trying to get my music together. This is just a big old pain in the butt. Okay. So yeah, let's see. All right. Eden is a deer. Yes, I am. I'm a deer. Oh, silver. I get them from a variety of places. Some of them, artists actually come to me and tell me that I can use their music. Some music I get from Epidemic Sounds because I'm signed with a network. Some music I get from Kevin MacLeod. Some are from you. Some are from video games. Some are from anime. It just depends, really, on what suits the situation. Some of it I get from visual novels. So again, yeah, it really just depends. Dear Diary Abby? Dear Diary Abby. I don't know if I've heard that story. Dear Diary Abby? Let me look it up. Yay, internet. Dear Diary Abby. ABBY. Oh, Abby's point of view. Okay. Is it actually called Dear Diary Abby? Or it's a sequel that Creepy Mrs. Pasta wrote, I do believe. At least I'm pretty sure that's what it is. I don't even know if that's written anywhere. If anyone can find it, by all means, send it to me. Can't stretch my arm. Okay. Well, in the meantime, I'm gonna go ahead and get some stuff ready here. Yeah, Randall, you best believe I would. Do that shit in a heartbeat. Sorry, guys, I have to periodically rotate my arm during this whole healing process. It's Dear Abby, and then there's one Dear Diary Abby's point of view. So for right now, I'm going to put my arm in this sling because it's starting to throb a little. So please hold while I put my gimpy self in this thing. Okay. Alright, I'm going to snap it back on here. Give me 1 second, guys. Okay. Alright. Okay. Here we go. Alright, so in the meantime, God, we keep talking about bacon. You guys suck. Like, I want to eat and I can't. It's after 7. Alright. So, you know what? I'm going to read this story by Henry Galley because he's amazing. So I'm going to copy the link and post it in chat. Hey, Carrie. Oh, Carly, I fractured my arm. That's what happened. So, for the next 3 weeks, I have to rotate my arm and work out the kinks. And then once that's done, then I'll have to go back to the doctor in 3 weeks, and then I have to do some stretches. Right now, I cannot stretch my arm all the way out. My ice cream machine broken. I don't have an ice cream machine. Alright, so next story here is... Oh, excuse me. I'm not tired. I don't know why I'm yawning. It's by Henry Galley, and it's I Snuck Into My Mom's Study, and Now Life Doesn't Make Sense. I put a copy of the story in the chat. I shall do it again so you guys can listen as I read aloud. I should read Wendy's tweets. Alright, let's see here. Let's get some appropriate music going. Mom always said that I was bright, but she didn't seem to think that I was bright enough to realize that something was terribly wrong with me, with her, with everything. I'm telling you all this because I want answers, and I don't know how to look for them myself. I'm really scared right now. I feel like everything I've ever believed in has been shaken from the ground up, and now all I'm looking for is something to hold on to because either my mom is doing something bad or I'm losing my mind. I'm only 12 years old, but my mom has always told me that I was special, that I was different. I don't know why I'm special. I can't even remember my earlier years. I always feel like I've only just been born. I wondered if maybe something was wrong with my memory, but I can remember other things just fine, even things that happened a long time ago. Mom never lets me watch TV or movies either, and she has to select the books I'm allowed to read personally before I even think about reading them. Up until recently, I didn't know that this was abnormal. I figured all kids had lives just like mine. I can't be the only person who has an overprotective parent, But my mom is just so weird about these things. Like, you might think that if a kid isn't allowed to watch anything, his mom would be obsessed with having him play with other kids his age outside, but that's not the case with my mom. I'm only ever allowed to play games with her, and rarely ever in the garden. She keeps a close eye on me a lot of the time, but other times she'll leave for whole days at a time before coming back looking tired and upset. For the longest time, I found this really confusing, so I asked her what she does when she leaves the house once. "I'm an engineer, honey," she said. "I build things that help people." Sometimes at night, I'll hear my mom crying in her bedroom, just quietly sobbing. "Michael, oh God, Michael," into her pillow. I'm Michael. And when I ask her about it, she'll just laugh it off and ignore me, then change the subject. Sometimes Mom has strange men come over. They're almost always old, and they all wear suits, but the worst is a man that Mom has over most regularly. He looks so old, ancient even, and has a hairline that's receded way back over his big dome of a head. He's got a long nose and a pointy chin and always wears these little half-moon spectacles. I think he looks a bit like an eagle. When he comes to our house, he'll shamble over to me and creak down onto one knee, looking at me very closely. "This boy is really quite spectacular, Miss Valdez. I very much hope you're taking good care of him." "Of course I am, sir. He's my son." Then the eagle man will have this strange, confused expression that turns into a smirk. "If you insist," he said, forcing himself back up to his feet and walking out of the room with my mom. I've kept quiet about all this for a while, but this morning I did something bad and I can't take it anymore. This morning, Mom had to run out to do an errand, leaving me alone. She put her trust into me, and I violated that. I played a board game on my own for a little while and reread my copy of Pinocchio again. Eventually, when Mom didn't come back straight away, I got bored and started exploring. I like to go through every room in my house trying to find something that I'd never seen before, though I rarely ever did. This time, though, something was different. Mom's study, for the first time in my life, was left unlocked. I thought about it for a little while, but in the end I gave in to the temptation and went inside, wanting to find out more about why my mom treated me so weirdly. She was very careful, very clever. Mom didn't just leave things out. I searched every unlocked drawer, and towards the end, I was feeling disheartened, worrying I wouldn't find anything interesting. Until the final drawer, that is, where I found a big brown envelope. I was very careful with it, knowing my mom would definitely notice if something was amiss. She was so observant as a hawk. I took the envelope into the living room and carefully emptied the contents onto the coffee table. What fell out was a small pile of photographs. They weren't frightening, but they were deeply strange. They were all photos of my mom and I standing together in zoos, amusement parks, bowling. I had this big smile on my face, and so did Mom. What's strange is that I've never been out of the house, so I couldn't have taken these photos, and my mom looks so much younger in all of them. I opened the envelope further and looked into it, wondering if there was anything I'd missed. Right in the very back, stuck between two folds and creases, was a small scrap of colored paper. After I pulled it out and studied it closer, I saw that it was a newspaper clipping. Just a headline and a picture. It said, "Fire at Ridgemont Amusement Park claims 15 lives," and the picture was of a scorched-looking Ferris wheel in black and white. I might have been seeing things, but I could have sworn that the Ferris wheel was the same one from one of the photographs. Mom's not home still, And it's given me time to write all this on our laptop because I'm just so desperate for some kind of answer. The world doesn't seem to make sense to me anymore. This is all just so weird and disorienting. I'll check for answers tomorrow. I'm feeling low energy now. I'll go up to bed and plug myself in to charge and go to sleep for the night. But tomorrow, when Mom's back, I'm gonna prove further. Please, I just want some answers. Why is my life so strange? Okay, what? Oh my god, this kid's a robot! The kid is a robot! Oh my god, he's a robot! Oh my goodness! Oh, that's terrible. He's a cyborg or an android or something. He's a robot. No. He's... Oh, no. Or no, right? M. Night. See you later, Kitty Woods. Thank you for stopping by. Oh, that's terrible. That's so sad. He's a freaking robot. Oh, no. Sadness. That's so upsetting. Oh, my goodness. So, yeah. I snuck into my mom's study. Hope you guys enjoyed that one. That's crazy. I know, like, he was a robot. Oh, so sad. No, I don't think the mom is dead. I think the mom is just trying to bring her son back to life. Alright. Would I let 11-year-olds listen to my stories? I don't know. That's if they want to be scared. That's really just the only answer I can think of. Yes, I watched Black Mirror, that show. Oh my god. Thank you, Randall. I would feel bad about him being a robot. Didn't make me a robot. I'm way too active to be a robot. Like, I don't think there's enough programming in the world to actually be me. Black Mirror is awesome. Alright, so next up we have Okay, so this is, like I said, one of the stories that I'm thinking about doing as a series. I think it's only like 4 parts. But it's by Matt Demersky. Pretty good. It's okay, Hopeful Generation, or Gage. I understand. Oh, you mean like the movie Artificial Intelligence, Wolfie Ravenwood, where he like ate the food when he wasn't supposed to eat and his face starts melting off? Yeah. Everybody's wanting to marry me. I don't understand. Westworld's pretty crazy too. I enjoyed the series. I read the books though. Am I smoking? No, I'm not smoking. I'm not smoking or vaping. I'm trying to hold off on the nicotine to help myself heal. Alright, please hold. I'm rotating my arm again. Have to give myself little breaks in between these stories. Hey, Gaslit Gengar! Thank you, Pete, man. Yeah, but if he was on life support, then he would die as soon as he unplugged himself. And then, like, you know what I mean? Because, like, when you unplug somebody from life support, that means they're dead. So I don't think he was on life support. This is true. This is true. This is true, username. Too many rings for that finger. Aw, I'm sorry, Suicide Awareness. I don't really keep up with Survivor. You're single and not willing to mingle. Aww. Read a ritual pasta. I think there's a ritual pasta that I've been wanting to read. Let me see. There was one ritual pasta that I've been wanting to read. Let me see if I can find it real quick. Please hold on just 1 second. Nope, 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 nope. Nope. I can't remember what it's called, but it was definitely a ritual pasta because it was like saying, you know, don't do this if you, you know, like don't perform this thing if you don't want to, you know, whatever. And I'm trying to find this damn thing. I forgot the name of the story though. I'll know it when I see it. No. You know what? Let me just look up. Let's just do this. Let's just look up ritual creepy pastas. That's not. Why would they put that in a ritual? No End House isn't a ritual pasta. What? That's silly. No. 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 Oh, that's really aggravating. Why would they put no? That's not even no. That's stupid. Okay, let's look in here. This is really annoying. Aww. Zelda Galaxy, hello. God, what is the name of this? Is it this one? No, not that one. I know that creepy reading did it, but I don't remember. It was definitely a ritual pasta, but I don't remember what it was called. Oh, I'm so mad. I wish I knew. You know what? Let me look on his channel. Ugh. Oh, okay. Okay. I found it. I found it. I found it. I found it. Alright. Found the story. Found it. Woo! Yeah, I've read, I did a Madman's Guide to the Unrecommended as well. Silver. I'm feeling better. Thank you, Jared. Alright, so here's the story. And actually, Ghastly Gengar, you just mentioned what I was just about to put in here. Three Kings Ritual. So. Oh, that's late. Alright, so this story is called Three Kings Ritual, and it's written by Fable Forge. And it was originally posted on No Sleep. Where's my strap? I can't find it. Where'd it go? Oh, there it is. Hello, Dread321. Welcome to the stream. Yes. Pizza's too expensive. Well, if you get the $5 pizzas at Walmart, it's not that expensive. Anyway. Or you can get like the pizza rolls for like $5 or $4. Pizza rolls are life. Anyway. You do get cookies for that. All the cookies. All the cookies. Chocolate chip, homemade. Alright, so the story I'm going to read is Three Kings Ritual. And it's a ritual pasta. And I'm actually going to do this for my channel one day. Actually, I was planning on doing it and I hadn't gotten around to it. But I shall do it now. Live. Because why not? So once again, I will post the story into the chat. And you guys read with me as I read aloud. Okay, here we go. Hey, long time no see. I've been posting bits and pieces of my life here, but I find them a little boring and self-serving. The last one about the juvie incidents was already like 70% made up to my shame, so today I'll post a recipe instead. This is not a creepypasta, at least not yet, and I'm writing it from a train in the New York City area. What I'm about to share with you today is one of the many relatively safe ways in which you can access, not quite enter, a place I call the shadow side. And its effectiveness depends on how seriously you take me. Your mileage may vary. Refer to title. I won't tell you that you shouldn't be afraid of the shadow side. Chances are you've already seen it after all and merely think it was just a recurring dream. I will tell you there is no need to be ignorantly afraid of it, though. There is a difference. Ignorance fuels fear, and fear can give that place a lot of juice to run on. You have to be big on preparation if you want to try this. It's like skydiving. If getting it right on your first try is not something you're good at, then this is not for you. If you do drugs or alcohol the night of the event, you're going to have a bad time. If you're going through some serious issues in your life and are not feeling mentally or spiritually stable, or if you're doing this just to escape, you're going to have a bad time. And if you don't follow my instructions, particularly the multiple backups I'll give you, which, trust me, are there for a reason, you're going to really have a bad time. The name of this game is the Three Kings, by the way. Ingredients. A very large, empty, and quiet room, preferably without windows. If windows exist, you need to be able to cover them and ensure total darkness. Basements usually work well, if they're roomy enough. A pack of candles. You'll only use one if all goes well, and a lighter. A bucket of water and a mug. A fan. 2 large mirrors, like the one on your dresser. Don't worry, they won't be harmed. Or if they are, it'd be the least of your concerns. 3 chairs, an alarm clock, an active cell phone. Don't forget to charge the goddamn battery. A loved one willing to follow rules and go along with all this madness. A small toy or dear object from your childhood. Setup. Start setup at around 11 p.m. Place 1 chair in the center of the room facing north. This is important. Place the other 2 chairs exactly to the left and right facing your throne. The distance between your throne and that of your queen and fool should be about the length of your arm to each side, more or less. Place the 2 large mirrors on the queen and fool chairs left and right of you, facing you and each other. Try your best to have them stand at a 90-degree angle, or else you may get more or less than 3 kings. If you sit on your throne facing straight ahead north, you should be able to perceive your own reflection in each of the 2 mirrors without actually having to turn your head nor your eyes to do so. If you see your own reflection in the corner of your eye, just barely there, then you've done it right. Place the bucket of water and the mug in front of you, just barely out of reach. Place the fan behind you, turn it on. Don't set it to maximum power, medium or low is usually enough. Leave it on. Turn off the lights. Leave the door open and go to your bedroom. Set the candles by the side of the bed next to a lighter, your alarm clock, and your cell phone. Leave it charging. Set your alarm clock for 3:30 a.m. Turn off the lights and sleep while holding your power object. Get some rest. Showtime. Wake up at 3:30 a.m. with your alarm clock. Turn it off, but don't turn on the light. You have exactly 3 minutes to light your candle, grab your cell phone, and make your way to the dark room to sit in your throne. You should be seated by 3:33 a.m. Don't forget your power object. Check for potential red flags. If your cell phone didn't charge for whatever reason, abort the mission. If the alarm didn't go off at exactly 3:30 a.m., abort the mission. If you find the dark room door closed, remember, you left it open. Abort the mission. If the fan is turned off, you left it on. Abort the mission. Side note, if you have to abort the mission due to any of the above, leave the house with your loved one. Go to a hotel or something. There's no need to run. You have time to grab a jacket and your keys and whatnot, but leave. After 6 a.m., the coast should be clear. If all is going as planned, you can proceed and take your throne. Do not look directly at either of the 2 mirrors besides you. Do not let the candle go out. The fan is behind you. You must protect the candle with your body, which is standing in between. There's a reason for this, as you'll soon see. Look straight ahead. At the darkness, not at the candle, not at the mirrors, just straight ahead. Eagle-eyed readers surely noticed I didn't say during setup which chair was queen and which chair was fool. That's because it's your job to find out. And from their point of view, you are either their queen or their fool too. Hence, 3 kings. I won't spoil what happens next. Suffice to say, you won't be alone, and if you have questions, you'll get answers. Sometimes in the form of new questions, but hey, that's the story of humanity, eh? Just stay put and try not to move. Again, do not look directly at the mirrors nor the candle. Just straight ahead, trust me. Don't chicken out either. You need to wait until 4:34. By 4:34, it's all over. It's okay to tremble a little bit, just try not to. Not because it affects the ritual or anything, it's just a pussy thing to do while in polite company. Did I mention not to let the candle go out? That's what the fan is for. You're protecting the candle with your body, but if your body were to be suddenly moved, then the fan would turn off the candle. That's backup number 1. Your loved one is backup number 2. At 4:34, he or she has to come in the room and call your name. If that won't work, she has to call your cell phone. If that won't work, she has the glass of water in the bucket. She can't touch you, though. That's a newbie mistake. Backup number 3 is your item of power. The toy or locket or whatever object of strength you brought along for the ride. It'll show you the way if shit hits the fan. Multiple backups. You gotta be like a Boy Scout if you do these things. If you half-ass it all the way so that it won't work. Worst you can do is take it seriously enough for it to work and not seriously enough to be prepared for the consequences. If in doubt, refer to the title. That was pretty good. I have to admit, that was pretty good. It was quite interesting. It's kind of weird that they don't tell you exactly what it means by the 3 kings. Like they say, it's up to you to find out who your king and who your fool is, and you have an hour to figure it out, but what happens? Order the pizza. Bacon pizza. Absolutely. Bacon pizza. Totally down. Excuse me. I love it. It's cool. All right. So that was Please Don't Actually Try This, or The 3 Kings. Oh, I'm sorry, Dread. You might have to refresh. That's weird. Why would I want to play an ad in the middle of this? Is that even a thing? Is that a thing, guys? I didn't know that was a thing. Well, I'm not gonna do it. Well, apparently I can hit play ad and ad will play. I mean, not that I'll do it. I just think that's weird. Like, why would I play an ad? Like, isn't that strange? That's so bizarre to me. Like, I'd much rather just leave the stream up and then, like, put ads on it later. Like, why would I subject you guys to an ad while I'm live? My favorite urban legend is... oh, I don't know. My favorite urban legend is probably the phone number one, the 630 number where it's like the Booth World Industries one. That's probably my favorite one. Followed behind with the one about, like, this is an old one, but it's about like the guy or the person who was driving, and then there was like this woman who was driving, and then this guy like tried to run her off the road, and he was like yelling at her and honking his horn at her or whatever, so she freaked out, and then she like drove her car into the driveway and ran in the house, and then the guy like called her on the phone and said, hey, there was a guy in the backseat of your car like with a knife or some shit. That always freaked me out. Aww. Hey, Jean Paul, welcome. Well, honestly, if I wanted to, like, I don't know. Hey, Element. I don't do rituals. That's weird. Welcome back, Ghastly Gengar. They're really dangerous, says the one who keeps asking me to read ritual pastas. Oh, there's this long story that I went into when I was on Margbot's interview about like why I chose the name Eden. Basically, I've had the name forever. Let's just put it that way. I've had it since I was like 17. I love ice cream. I want ice cream now. Damn it. Thank you, Cat Plays. Thank you. Yeah, I'm not gonna play ads. Like I said, I'd much rather you guys enjoy the stream live, and then if you want to listen to it again, you can listen to it again, and I'll put ads on it then. I'm not gonna subject you guys to ads right now. That's silly. All right. So, okay. So next story I'm going to read is called Burn. And it's by C.K. Walker. Yeah. I'm going to copy it. I've never read this story. This is going to be live, so you guys best get ready. Thank you, Jean-Paul. It's nice little intermission music to play. But yeah, so the next story I'm going to read is called Burn. And it's by the amazing C.K. Walker. And I think you all would enjoy it. I would not put bacon on my ice cream. Sorry. I'm not about that life. Okie doke, unknown masked man. Please come back soon. Welcome back, Gage. Yeah, I've never read this story before. But so I'm kind of excited that I've never read this before. And I get to read it to you guys. So yeah. I will post the story again so that you can read with me as I read aloud. Hello, Titan. Uh-oh. My headphones are falling. Please hold. Oh, my hair. Sorry about that, guys. My headphones were getting caught in my hair. Hi, Titan. C.K. Walker wrote the story I read on my channel, Room 733, The Chandelier, and The Disappearance of Ashley Morgan. She also wrote Baraska, which is like her holy grail, like her unicorn. Like Baraska's like her unicorn, her golden fleece, I would say. Okay, come back soon, Amma. No, my headphones were falling off my head. Or they were getting tangled in my hair. Alright, so we're going to get ready for the next story. This is Burn by C.K. Walker. Hi, Brian. I know I should come see you more often, but I remember the visiting hours of this place. It's no excuse, I know. I guess if I was honest, I'd admit that this place depresses me. I'm sorry. That's a rude thing to say. Well, anyway, my year was great. My son had his second child, my fourth granddaughter. Her name is Emma. I've been pretty lonely since Lily left me, so I got a dog in May. I named him BJ after you, Brian. He likes to go with me on walks around the lake. Let's see, what else? My daughter got me cable, and I spent a good solid 5 days watching TV. You wouldn't believe what kind of shows they have now. I think a whole new genre is invented every year. It's a wonder I leave the house. But I do leave because, well, I have some news. I met a woman over the summer. Her name is Holly. I asked her to marry me last month, and wouldn't you know it, she said yes. I know what you're going to say. That's too fast. But I think I love her, and at my age, there's no time to waste. Anyway, she's the reason I wanted to see you this year. I knew it was only a matter of time before she asked about the burns. And shortly after I proposed to her, she did. I never told Lily the truth, but I think I'm going to give honesty a try this go around. But before I tell her what really happened all those years ago, I think I owe it to you to tell you the truth of the incident first. After all, you were there. I don't know how much you remember, so I'll start at the beginning. Do you remember how we met? My mother, a scandalous single woman in the 50s, was living with her mother in Chris River when I was born. That's where I met you. Remember? You were trying to catch fish with a stick and one of your mother's earrings. I helped you dig for worms. We never caught anything, but we quickly became the best of friends. We were together every day. Summer, school, Adam and Brian. Always up to mischief. Our parents became friends. I loved living out in Chris River. All that farmland, all the wildlife. But then my mother met Richard and we moved far away to the city. I guess, looking back, it wasn't that far, but as a kid, I remember feeling like it was the other side of the planet. I missed you a lot at first, but I soon made friends, and I'm so sorry to admit this, Brian, but I started to forget about you a little bit. Things were getting better for me until my mother sat me down one day to tell me about your illness. I did pity you, Brian. When she offered to take me trick-or-treating in Chris River a few days later for Halloween, I jumped at the chance. Brian and Adam together again. She tried to warn me about your condition, but it didn't prepare me to see you like that. You were asleep when I walked into your room, and when I tried to wake you, your mother stopped me. I remember being shocked when they told me you weren't allowed to trick-or-treat. I was so angry because no one told me I would be going alone. I had worked so hard on my vampire costume, and now you wouldn't get to see it. And then my mother told me she wasn't going to drive me to the suburbs. I would be stuck going farmhouse to farmhouse, collecting small handfuls of candy every other mile. As I left, I promised you that I would give you half my candy. I would trick-or-treat harder than I'd ever trick-or-treated before. My mother gave me a pillowcase and told me to be back by 8 p.m. and then released me into the wild as the sun sunk into the horizon. Mom stayed at Nana's kitchen to chat, and they both waved at me out the window as I set off down the dirt driveway. First, I went to MacArthur's, the Jacksons, and the Wittens. Those 3 houses took me over an hour, and in the end, I was frustrated to look in my bag and see that all I had to show for it was about a handful of Tootsie Rolls and Dum-Dums. Not enough to share, not at our age. I then went to the Nanfelts and the McBrides. I started towards the Tilfords, but I saw their porch light was off, so I turned around before I'd gotten too far down their road. I checked my Bugs Bunny watch and bit back tears when I saw I only had enough time for one more house. I looked down into my pillowcase to take inventory again and said my first real swear word ever. Still not enough to share. I knew this next decision was crucial. After thinking about it for a few precious minutes, I decided that my last house would be the Youngs. I remembered that they were fairly well off and had a new baby, so they were sure to be home and giving out candy. I walked down Wadditch Road for half a mile until I saw their giant white house. I could see decorations in their yard and the porch lights blaring brightly to welcome hungry trick-or-treaters. I knew I'd made the right decision. I covered the rest of the half mile in record time, passing by only one other trick-or-treating family on the way, their bags heavy and their mouths smeared with chocolate. I hoped they'd found their fortunes at the Young house. I ran the rest of the way and took the porch steps 2 at a time. I rang the doorbell and hopped from foot to foot, hardly containing my excitement. I heard footsteps inside and waited for the door to open. 10 seconds. 15 seconds. 20. But no one opened the door. I rung the bell again and this time saw someone peek out from the living room at me. I waved at them and smiled because this time I knew they had seen me. Another 30 seconds went by and my smile began to falter. I knocked on the door, but heard and saw nothing more from within the house. And then the porch lights went out. I remember standing in shock for several long minutes. Had they given the rest of their candy to the family I'd passed on Wadditch? Did they truly have nothing left for me? I was crestfallen. I didn't have time to go to another house. You're not supposed to have your porch lights on if you're not giving out candy. Everybody knows that. I became irrational and angry, and in my frenzied state, I did something that has haunted me these last 60 years. This was the incident. I picked up one of the Young's jack-o'-lanterns and I flung it as far as I could into their cornfield. With my weak little 8-year-old arms, it didn't get very far, and I saw it smash into the ground, a mess of orange pulp and seeds as the tea light rolled out onto the densely covered floor of dry corn husks and leaves. It all went wrong so fast. I ran into the corn and tried to put the small fire out with my cape. I succeeded, but burned my wrist badly. Then suddenly the dying embers ignited a nearby pile of dried leaves and began to creep up the corn stalks. I am ashamed to say I panicked and I ran. I remember grabbing my candy off the porch as I ran. I fled from the Young house, nursing my raw red wrists and crying from the stinging pain of the burn. I looked back several times to see if there was smoke, but it was difficult to tell in the quickly darkening night sky. And the further away I got, the better I became at convincing myself I'd overreacted. The fire had been so small. Surely Mr. Young had already noticed and extinguished it. If it still burned, I would hear fire trucks, wouldn't I? The air would be warmer, wouldn't it? But the night was quiet and cold. I did not share my candy with you that night. When I reached Nana's house, I begged my mother to leave. I said I didn't feel good and thought that I may have caught your illness. She felt my forehead and then kissed my grandmother goodbye as I pulled her out to her old blue Datsun. I cried loudly and theatrically as we drove away, hoping to impress upon my mother our desperate need to get home. As she sped down State Road and onto the highway, I chanced one look out of the rearview mirror. All along the horizon, just above the trees, the darkness of the night had taken on an almost imperceptible orange hue. I knew what it was, and I was frightened. Just as I began to doubt myself, I thought I saw a single flame lick up into the sky and disappear as quickly as it had come, leaving behind a sick, sinking feeling in my stomach. I fell back down into my seat and curled into a ball, moaning as hot tears stole down my face. My mother was so worried, she took me straight to the hospital. Richard met us there, and he too became concerned at my panicked, hysterical state. I was shaking and crying uncontrollably, unable to utter even one comprehensible word. The doctor was so concerned about my hysteria that he kept me overnight for observation. It was when I awoke in the morning that I first heard about the extent of the blaze. My mother and Richard were sleeping in the uncomfortable chairs by my cold, white bed, and I could hear the nurses speaking right outside my door. It's so awful. We were ready to take on the rescued victims, but there are so few. Yes, such a shame. What is the number at now? 18 dead, and there are still quite a few missing. How awful! Just dreadful. And the firemen are still fighting to get in control of it. It's spread out of Chris River. It's been such a dry season. Do they know how it started? I haven't heard. I do know they know where it started. Such a young family. Did all of them perish? Yes, and so many more. Oh, stop, Robin. I think I might cry. I buried my head back under the covers and cried to myself. Soon, my mother would wake up and she would hear what had happened in Chris River. Was Nana all right? Were you? Mother would know I had done it. She had seen the burns on my wrist. I know she had. I hadn't let the doctor see, but my mother had. At some point, I fell asleep again, and I was shaken awake by Richard, who bore a solemn expression. Mother was gone, and he wouldn't tell me where, just shook his head sadly. He called a doctor to check on me, and she looked me over, then discharged me. On the way home, Richard told me there had been a fire in Christopher, and my illness, whatever it had been, may have saved me and my mother's life. He hugged me then. Mother was sitting at the kitchen table when we arrived. She felt my forehead, spoke quietly with Richard, and then sat me down at the table and quietly told me that my grandmother had been taken by a quick-spreading lethal wildfire that had consumed Chris River overnight. I asked about you. I think I loved you more than my grandmother. I remember waiting for them to come take me away from my mother. I was so afraid of jail, but no one ever came. Adults whispered that a teenager in a witch costume was to blame for the fire. A witness had seen someone running from the Young's house at around 8 o'clock, but I wasn't a witch. I was a vampire without a cape. As you can guess, they never found the witch. My mother stopped mentioning my grandmother around me, and my wrists healed poorly. I never forgave myself, though I did try to forget about the Chris River fire and my part in it. So you see, Brian, it was me that killed 22 people that night. It feels good to tell you after so many years. Thank you for being patient. 6 decades is a long time to wait for the truth. Mother's been dead for 15 years, as you know. She took my secret to her grave. I've also brought this for you. The candy I promised you that night in 1963. These Skittles will have to do, as I have long since lost the candy from that Halloween. I'm sorry you can't eat them, but I hope you will accept the gesture. I've also, of course, brought you this jack-o'-lantern, as I have done every year I visited. I hope you don't find it in poor taste now, but it's our tradition, and I couldn't bring myself to break it. I couldn't find a battery-operated tea light this year, so I'm lighting a real candle. I would be wary of all this grass, but luckily it rained this morning, and it won't burn for long. Damn it, Brian. I wish things had been different. I wish you hadn't had the chicken pox that Halloween. I wish I hadn't gone to the Young house. I wish I got to see you every year on your birthday instead of the anniversary of your death. I'm sorry. I have to go now. I'm gonna light a candlelight vigil with Holly and Chris River for the victims of the fire. Her father died fighting it, sadly. I go almost every year after I visit you. I hope that you can forgive me someday. Now that I've told you the truth, I probably won't visit anymore. I'm so sorry, Brian. I loved you like a brother. I hope to see you again. Someday. If you'll have me. And wherever you are, Brian, happy Halloween. That is so sad. Oh my god. Ugh. Damn it, CK Walker. Ugh. Why would you do that? Oh, that's so sad. Oh, she's so mean. Why are you down there where your grandmother's collection of dolls are? That's creepy. That is such a strong quote. Oh. You want a martini? You want a refund? Thank you. You should hear the disappearance of Ashley Morgan then, Ghastly Gengar. That story hit me so hard. Ugh, made me cry so hard. I got cried for real in story. You should write something, Jay. The line between creepypasta and feels pasta. Good night, Miss K Reads. Good night, good night, good night. Right, Jean Paul? That's what I was thinking. Like, someone probably legit did that. Like, they set some shit on fire. The line between creepypasta and feels pasta, I would like to say, is that with creepypastas, like, it genuinely ends like on a creepy note, or like some kind of horrific note, or maybe has an ambiguous ending, whereas feels pastas like are some kind of heartfelt message or something that tugs at your heartstrings and makes you cry. Like, that would be considered a feels pasta, or like a feelsy story. That wouldn't be considered, you know, that would be considered like a feels pasta. Or the story Love, which was written by some unknown person out there in the world. I don't know who it is. Aw, Amma. Yeah, I plan on doing the third part to No End House. It's just gonna take some time. Damn it. Freaking CK is always successful. Well, I hope you don't. I hope you don't die, JWG. But yeah, the next story of No End House is part 3, and that one I'm probably gonna do with CPD because I did part of it with him for the second part. Aw, thank you, Flying Snow. I have no idea what you're trying to say, username. But yeah, thank you, Flying Snow. It's one of the... When people ask me what's one of the most disturbing stories I've ever read, that is one of them, because that is a really fucked up story. Like, oh my god. Like, it hurt me so bad, like, when I read it, and that punch at the end just gets you every time. I read Teeny Tiny not that long ago on my channel. Which one? The Disappearance of Ashley Morgan? Oh, yeah, Ghastly. That one's called, Her Name Was Emma. I did that one too, actually. Aww. Yeah, love tore into me real bad. You're gonna watch me read Room 733? Okay. What's in the suggestions, Finch? I don't know what's in the suggestions. Agreed. Agreed, Wolfie Ravenwood. Agreed. No one should be stuck on body image. It's silly. Oh, what's going on? What's happening? Go back to green. Okay. Woo, I got scared. I was like, go back to green, please. Thank you. Aww. Thank you, Donna. I'm glad to have you aboard. okay. I see. Oh, yeah. Teeny tiny, yeah. It's just called Emma. I'll have to look that one up. Oh, Lord, Jay. Okay, Amma. You probably need to get some rest or something, or eat or something. I don't know. Yeah, the cold case of Haley Morris, that's fucked up. Like, that was just jacked up all, no matter which way you slice it. Jesus. Like, I have no words for that one. Alright, so I'm probably gonna wrap up here soon. I've been streaming for a while. And I kind of just want to relax. Alright, JWG. Keep it real. Oh, shit. Yeah, I think that storm's coming this way, too. Actually, I probably do need to wrap up the stream soon. Okay. Alright, so, Jet Set Radio. Get ready. Get ready, Jet Set Radio. I don't know who that is. Who is that? Nature's Temper? I don't know who that is. Yeah, well, I think we all are waiting for the storm to hit. But yeah, I don't know if I've heard of Nature's Temper. I read Love on my channel, and it made me cry really hard. I haven't seen it yet, Finch. Let me go look. I like the font. That's cool. Oh, I like your Hannah. That's cool. I like the mirror. That's a nice look. Looks really good. I like that you put it on a canvas too. It looks really good. Oh, I can't wait to start drawing again. Yeah, it looks really good though. I like it. Yeah, I like that one a lot. I'll have to give him a listen, Wolfie Ravenwood. I try not to listen to a lot of people who've done stuff that I've done because I start getting self-conscious. And then I start to question like my own previous stories and what I've done. So yeah. But yeah, I try not to listen to stories that other people have done, because then I start getting self-conscious and critiquing myself, when I shouldn't really have to, because those are works that I'm extremely proud of, and to go back and question why I did it the way that I did would cause me to second guess my skill as a narrator. So all right, go hide, Amma. I know that storm is about to probably hit me too in a few hours. Well, the whole thing with CTFDN, I can't really say. I mean, I understand like where they're coming from about the whole ad thing, but I think it's really jacked up that they took all their content down. Like, they're essentially holding their content hostage, which again, I'm not a big fan. Oh, Element, are you leaving? All right, see you later, Element. Yes, I've seen Black Lagoon. I love Revy. She's like my favorite female anime character ever. Night night. So you're over it? Yeah, I agree. Alright, Pitt. I saw the sketch that you did. I thought it was really cute. I had a cast on and everything. Hey, Katie. The next story I want to read to you guys. What? I'm confused. Who unsubscribed? Oh, to CTFDN, yeah. Yeah, that made a lot of people upset. Which I don't blame you. I don't agree that they should have held their content hostage like that. But I guess they're trying to, like... I guess they are trying to make a statement. I don't know. I've not read the manga for Black Lagoon yet, though. Sky High Wind. I'm good, Katie. I'm good. Fossil Library, I will read a story here soon. Yes, Elena, there will be more Dad's tapes. I said it earlier in the stream, you may have missed it, but when CPD gets settled in, he's currently moving from the United States to Ireland. So once he gets fully settled in, then we're going to resume Dad's tapes. So that'll probably be in the next couple of weeks. But I do have other stories that I think that you guys would like to kind of fix, to kind of balance everything out. Alright, see you later, Donna. Yeah, they are. CTFDN is Chilling Tales for Dark Knight Zelda Galaxy. And what they did is that because of the whole ad boycott going on, it was hurting their channel a lot, because they depended on those ad revenues to pay their voice actors to work on the show. And as a result, they are kind of like they're doing their own boycott, which is holding all their content hostage. It's okay. It's okay. Oh, you mean I was born a week ago? That story, AJM? I like Ireland, Drakengard, which that's a great game. I didn't see the live stream today. But I did hear that he had, like, they kicked Rob Dyke, and they were saying what made me mad was that they had the nerve to accuse Creeps McPasta of faking the burglary. That made me upset. Like, really upset. I was genuinely mad about that. Sorry guys, I'm trying to readjust some things in my room here. Please hold. I feel like an operator. Please hold. I take care of this shit. There you go. Trying to stretch my arm too much. Yeah, it really makes no sense, and it made me so mad when they did that, because he was like, if you watch the video, he's genuinely crying, and he took a step and, like, did a face reveal after the whole thing was said and done. I'll be honest, Cat Plays, I haven't read Songbird yet. I have it saved in my emails, and I was going to read it tonight. I usually read my emails at night or when a storm is about to approach, because all I have time to do is read at that point. Well, the thing was about with that is that Creeps actually, like, it wasn't Creeps that started the GoFundMe. It was Matt, his friend Matt, who happens to be a friend of mine too. And they had a smaller limit of what they needed to, like, get him back on his feet. So it went over that amount, and he was telling people, like, not to put themselves into a burdensome situation just to help him out, you know? Even I donated money, but it's like, whatever. Welcome back, JWG. Honestly, the ad thing doesn't really bother me too much. Like, I'm a smaller channel, so it doesn't really affect me that badly. As a smaller channel, it doesn't really affect me all that much, but even if like all the ads did get pulled, I would never charge you guys for content. I would still continue to put out free content for you guys. I was thinking about putting up a Patreon. I'm still thinking about it. Maybe when I hit 30,000 subs, I'll start a Patreon, but it's like not where I'm gonna be like, all right, I'm gonna pull all my videos off YouTube and solely only put out content for people who, like, subscribe to me on Patreon. Like, no, I'm still gonna put out free content. I don't care about money. The Patreon is mostly just to help me get better equipment and to, like, you know, get better equipment or put it toward, like, a better computer where I can render videos faster, because right now it takes me like an hour to render a 30-minute video. It's killer. Or stuff like that, you know, like, I would never ask money to, like, just put in my pocket and buy shit for myself, you know what I mean? Like, that's stupid. Yeah, like, I would start a Patreon. I would love to. And honestly, the money would go mostly, like I said, to either buying new equipment or, like, buying you guys stuff, really. I would use the money to buy you guys stuff, because I plan on opening my store before the end of the year. Where I get to, like, put out merchandise for you guys, like shirts and bags and hoodies and cups and little ditties like that. And the Patreon would, pay for that nail job. Ooh, I'd never do that. I've been studying linguistics for a while, and I was wondering if you'd say a few words. Anything with vowels tend to bring out accents. Great. So would you like to say a few words full of them? I guess I can do that for you. Just give me something to read and I'll say it out loud, I guess. I don't know. Yeah, but honestly, if I had the money, like if you guys started a Patreon for me, I would just use it to to buy you guys stuff. I hope I like it when I read it too. I mean, like when you were talking to me about it, I was excited. What's a sex thing? I don't get it. Maybe I'm oblivious. I don't know. I don't get it. I don't know. Oh, hey, Imagination Infinity. Welcome back. Oh, excuse me. Pardon? But yeah, that's the only reason I'd start a Patreon, is to like help speed up the process of me getting a store ready for you guys. Oh, and I'd probably use it to buy a better program, really, for my drawing too, because there's a visual novel that I've been wanting to write for a long time. Aw, thanks, Gage. I appreciate it. Well, I don't get it. Like, saying words with vowels. Like, I didn't know it was a sex thing. Like, I thought all words had vowels in them. Like, didn't they say... Like, isn't that, like... Isn't that what... Like, all words have vowels in them, so I'm confused. I don't know. Maybe I'm an airhead. Balloon? Balloon. I don't get it. Balloon. Balloon. That's such a fun word to say, balloon. Balloon and balloon. Some people don't even say the A, you know, they just say balloon. Like balloon, B-L-L-O, like balloon, B-L-O-N-N. L-O-O-N. Excuse me. Haha. Yeah, I don't get it. I don't get it. Aw, thanks, Silver. That's awesome. Yeah, I was talking about it in Margbot's interview, but most of the stuff that I'm designing is like designing stuff for you guys. Of course, I would have a picture. Like, I would have a picture of, you know, like of my avatar, obviously. But then I would do like Hellion shirts specifically for you guys, you know? Like, just fun stuff like that. All right. So I want to do a couple more stories, I guess. Or I could just do one more. Yeah, I think I'm going to just do one more. And you guys are probably going to get mad at me because it's not a long story. But it's a story. Okay, so remember how I was telling you guys earlier that there's a series that I'm thinking about doing? and like there's a series I'm thinking about doing, but what's the word? I'm not sure how you guys would like it, so I was gonna read the first part, and if you guys liked it, then I would continue to do it afterwards. Why would you say library? Sure, I'd read it, Jay. Oh no, it didn't offend me at all, Drakengard. I didn't even realize that someone was insinuating it was a sex thing. But yeah, balloon, inflatable, tobacco pouch, cigarette, Lilo. Those are all fun words. Google strudel doodle. That's really hard. Google doodle. Google strudel doodle. I don't even have to open my mouth for that. Google strudel doodle. Yeah, just keep my teeth closed. Hey, Keith. How are you? Google strudel doodle. Google doodle. Oh, the storm's passing over you right now. Right now? Oh my god, why are you not taking cover? Like, get off the internet. Get off the computer. Or unless you're on your phone, which that's completely okay. Maybe, baby. Maybe, baby. Maybe, baby, maybe, baby, maybe, baby, maybe, baby. I said it 4 times. Maybe, baby, maybe, baby, maybe, baby, maybe, baby, maybe, baby. Blah! I did it! I did it! I should get a prize. Woohoo! Doodle noodle. Google strudel noodle doodle. Noodle doodle. See? Isn't it fun to say? Google strudel doodle. Google strudel doodle noodle. Who here has a crush on Eden? Who has a crush on Eden? Aww. Tobacco pouch? Really? Tobacco pouch. Tobacco. Tobacco pouch. Tobacco pouch. I said maybe baby. Maybe baby, maybe baby, maybe baby, maybe baby, maybe baby. Hey Blake, you came out of nowhere. Aw, Elena, that's adorable. It's okay, Bearded Diesel. It's fine. Alright, so... Oh, Lord, No, my internet. It's saying I'm in the red. It's saying I'm in the red. It's lying. It's lying. Why you lie? Why you lie? Okay, good. I'm back in the green. I think it's because I was idle. No, go back in the green. Go back in the green. Go back in the green. Aw, you guys are sweet. I love you guys. You're the best. Seriously. Try saying maybe baby British style. Maybe baby. My baby. Okay, so funny story. Alright, so when I'm at work and I'm directing, one of the things that I like to do is I like to, over headset, I'll like switch up accents. So what I do is sometimes when I'm directing, I'll go, alright, we got a re-entry in 1. After that, Selena will come back on camera. After she's on camera, we will take it in 2. After we take the video in 2, we will wipe to the salt in 1. And after that, we will come back on a tag. After the tag, we will go back to a video. After the video, we will hit to the bump. Alright, good. Sometimes, Elena, sometimes, but I don't really think about it that much. Again, it's not about gaining popularity as it is just enjoying doing what I do. Aw, get some rest, Drakengard. Thank you very much, and thank you for stopping by. I really appreciate it. It's okay, Finch. But yeah, I just, I don't know. Like, I don't really think about it, you know? Like, competing in a male-dominated... I don't know, I don't really think about it. I just let it happen, I guess. Like I said, I don't really care about being popular as I do just enjoying to do... I just enjoy making videos for you guys, for the ones who... I didn't say anything, Axeman! I said nothing. And her name isn't spelled like that. Not the Selena I was talking about. Housekeeping. I can. You want me to do the housekeeping? The one from Favor for housekeeping. I clean now. Housekeeping. I clean now. That's awesome, Gage. All right, Adriel. Go get some food. Food is important. Food is very good. I said nothing, Axeman. I said nothing. Nothing. Nothing came out of my mouth. Alright, so the last story for the night is it's a story by Matt Demersky. Remember when I talked about it earlier where I was saying that after I got done with Dad's tapes, there's another series that I wanted to do. And I told you about Claver House emails, right? Well, after I do Claver House emails, I need to, I just need to go ahead and get ready. I need to have these ideas in the back of my head. And so housekeeping, I clean now. Yeah, so but if you guys like this story, then I will think about making this my next series after Claver House emails. So anyway, the story is called How We Became Serial Killers. So I think you guys will enjoy this. And I'm excited. I've only ever read the first part. I've never read the entire series. So if you guys do like it, then I will go through and read the rest of it. And it'll be a nice little adventure for all of us. Google Doodle. Google Doodle, strudel noodle. Hey, Carl. Aw, thank you, Diego. I appreciate it. Yeah, Night Fox, that story is... The story just hurts my soul. No, that'd be funny if the story was called Housekeeping. No, the story is called How We Became Serial Killers. You've heard that, you've read that series, AJM? Housekeeping that kills people. Well, wasn't there like some government group, or maybe I'm making a John Wick reference, like the cleaners that came to his house and like cleaned all the dead bodies off the floor? Aw, thank you, Unknown Masked Man. You guys are awesome. So good. So cool. Well, will it have bacon? I swear I'm gonna have to make shirts with bacon hashtag references in it. Otherwise, like, nobody will get it. Like, nobody will understand. Only my Hellions will. Yeah, I actually heard back from Claver House emails, and they wanted me to read it. So, and I read a couple of them, and they're really good, so I really want to do it. Oh, you guys are sweet. He put up a panda. Nothing but emojis. All the emojis. Alright, goodbye, Imagination Infinity. Bacon. You'll have to pay me in bacon to get the merchandise. Alright. Okay, so seriously, guys, this will be the last story for the night, alright? And it's called How We Became Serial Killers by Matt Demersky. And if you guys like it, I will make that be my next series after I do the Claver House emails. Of course, I will do the Claver House emails after I finish Dad's tapes, okay? Yes, I watch One Punch Man. Saitama! Anyway, so, yeah. Bacon for Eden. Yay! Alright, guys. That's a deer emoji. That's a buffalo, isn't it? Or like a bull. All the bacon and all the eggs. Have a good night, Elena. Thank you so much for coming by. You guys are amazing. You guys are amazing. I love you. God. Damn, I wish you guys knew how much, like, you guys mean to me. Seriously. You guys light up my life. I am a fire tiger. I am. I am born every 60 years, apparently. We're so rare. Alright. From Hell I Write. I've seen that. I want to narrate that too. I definitely do want to narrate that at some point. Alright, guys. We're going to get into this. Because you guys are amazing. Oh my goodness. Let's do it. Alright, so here's the story. How We Became Serial Killers. I will post the story into the chat. You guys may read along with me while I read aloud. Red pandas are so cute. They are so adorable. Well, the knife one means you're gonna like stab somebody in the head, I guess. And like the cow, I don't know. I think it's a cow. I think that was a cow, Robin. Oh my god, Element. Yep, and that's how he became bald. He was working to become bald. That's exactly what it was. Unknown masked man. Totally. Anyway, so here's the story. Let's get into it, and this will be the last one for the night, guys. Okay? This will be my ongoing confession. Do I feel guilty? In a way, yes. Do I feel guilty the way you might feel guilty if you had killed someone? Not yet, but that may still come. There's that, and there's the cynical notion that everyone gets caught eventually. We might be long dead of old age or revenge by the time it happens, but someday, somebody will figure it out. I want there to be a record somewhere of what transpired, something written as it's happening, so that you'll know it's not a story spun later to save our collective asses from the electric chair. I want you innocents to understand in real time how a man becomes a serial killer. It is so much harder and so much easier than you will ever comprehend. The cops have one thing right. It begins with a motive. Unless you're a nut job, one person does not kill another person without a reason. Hell, I can't even go to the gym without proper motivation, so the thought of someone murdering nonsensically just seems insane. Of course, I do go to the gym because I do have proper motivation, and we have murdered on that same principle. In fact, it started with a question of principle. There were 3 of us still nursing beers after everyone else had gone home. We sat in the rear of the bar commiserating over the shit jobs we would have to go back to the next morning. This confession is for me, not for our joke of a justice system, so I'll call my table mates that night Jake and Tom. I didn't know them well, but that was part of how all this began. Staring down at his beer, Jake asked, "You hear about that kid who got off jail from killing people because he had influenza?" Tom nodded along his words. Assholes are above the law. I was fairly drunk and extremely in agreement, so I said, "Shit like that is how mob justice starts." "Wish I could get some mob justice where I work," Jake muttered. "My boss straight up steals from us, messes with the system to change our hours worked, caught him with his hand in my jacket pocket in the back room once, but there's not shit I can do about it. If I call the cops, he'll just tell them I'm a thief and I'll go to prison. Game over, man." Hunched low from drunkenness, Tom stared up from over his beer. Somebody should beat that guy's ass, send him a message. Weasels like that wise up real quick. "Would be nice," I added. Jake's gaze went dangerously distant. In a low and hate-filled voice, he said, "So let's do it." "What? Come on, we're not serious." "I am. We'll do it like that movie. You guys beat up my boss, and I'll do yours." Silence fell over the table as Tom and I stared at him. He may have been beer talking, but he looked deadly serious. After a moment, I said, "Oh, wait, no. You think they won't figure that out? 3 random managers get beaten up and their employees are connected?" "I don't know you," Jake shot back, his eyes hard. "We're not Facebook friends, and I don't fucking tweet. I've run into you twice at random parties hosted by other people. We have no connection. At least, not any they'll see." "Did you pay with a credit card at this bar?" I asked, while Tom stared in fear at both of us. "Not yet. I'll pay cash. You both pay cash. Let's do this." He didn't sound overly drunk or even mildly crazy. The more we worked through the details, the more the prospect of having my boss getting what was coming to him actually began to sound appealing. More than that, I would get a chance to assault someone else's asshole boss, take out a little frustration, send a message. But we couldn't actually get away with this, could we? "Research," Tom interrupted meekly. We both looked at him and waited. He sat a little taller in his chair and spoke quietly. "We watch every episode of CSI. We Google it." "On computers at the library," I interjected, "and no checking out books. No record." "Right." Tom leaned closer to us. "We don't make any decisions until we know everything there is to know about pulling off a crime like this. It has to be airtight." Jake nodded along with this, and a slow grin spread across his face. "I knew there was a reason I liked you two. Shake on it. Research. His voice went low. And we'll meet at the bar down the street in 3 weeks. Friday, 8 p.m. It'll be crowded and nobody will recognize or remember us. Flanagan's? Tom asked. No, the other direction. The sports pub? Yeah, that one. My pulse raced to a roar in my ears. Was this actually going to happen? Maybe not, but it was at least nice to fantasize. Friday, 8 p.m., 3 weeks from now. Shake on it, Jake said again. And we did. You see, that's the first step towards serial murder. Co-conspirators. They can't just be anybody. You have to understand their ideologies. You have to know why they'll actually do this with you, even if you don't truly know them in themselves. No one can ever really know another human being, really, but ideologies run strong, deep, and furious. No man has ever killed another without an ideology involved. We reminded each other to be smart, and we parted ways. I went home and almost loaded up CSI on my Netflix. I stopped myself just short. How suspicious would it be if I binge-watched all these just before my boss got beaten up with no trace forensic evidence left behind? And besides, Netflix only had the shitty spin-offs. I could watch it at the library, but no, that would mean 100 hours sitting there. I would be remembered, and they might keep a log of traffic. How could one watch a show without leaving a record? Of course, DVDs. I went to every rundown video and DVD store in the city and paid cash for every crime-related show I could find. Then, each night after work, I got down to it. While the shows played, I wrote notes and trips to different libraries, later filled me in on what was real and what was bullshit. Turns out most of those shows are a crock, but they gave me the right keywords and my research began in earnest. Most of all, I found a Reddit thread where someone, for the sake of argument, detailed everything needed to get away with murder in a tremendously long post that had received multiple golds. We only intended a beating, but the advice still applied. I learned quite a bit from that spiel. It turned out that the solve rate for most crimes was still abysmal and that police were more concerned with robbing the citizenry these days than catching gangbangers. Our intended targets weren't poor, so there would be an investigation, but it would be easy enough to make the case a difficult one. Difficult cases were often quickly abandoned. We just had to make sure to leave no DNA, no good description, and painfully but not highly visible wounds. That last rule was part of the media theory of crime. With a good picture that evokes the emotions, there's no story to tell. Without a story, the media doesn't pick up on it, and nobody gives a shit. The crime fades away as if it never happened. The big Friday approached the same as any other day, but my stress was off the charts. It was all I could do to maintain the outward appearance of normality. I walked into that bar half an hour early expecting to see cops setting up for a sting operation, but there were only a few scattered families eating wings and burgers at various tables. My two co-conspirators sat in the far back section. They, too, had arrived early. At first, we hunched over and whispered to each other about all that we had learned over the past few weeks, but we quickly realized that our secretive behavior just made us look suspicious. Relaxing, we took on the nonchalant manner of the families around us. It was then that Jake said, "We do Tom's boss first." I frowned. "How did you decide that?" "Think about it," our most determined member explained, looking over at Tom as he spoke. "I'm the angriest of us, clearly. We leave my boss for last because I'll make sure it happens. Agreed?" We nodded. "Good. Then on that same logic in reverse, Tom is the meekest of us three." Tom shrugged sheepishly. "I'm still in, though." "I know you are, buddy. That still means we flip the logic around. Your boss is first. Us two will handle it. Best you don't know the details, except the time you'll need an alibi. We'll let you know." I nodded but gulped. Jake and I were really going to do this. We paid cash and went our separate ways after exchanging burner phone numbers. Jake had bought an old junker car with cash, and we now used it to drive around Tom's business at intervals to check things out. He told us the man's schedule as it related to work, and we began compiling his other habits. While Jake's intensity subtly put me off, Tom's well-dressed boss wore a perpetual scowl of contempt that primarily engaged me in our plan to teach him a lesson. As we watched through the windows of the building, the man simply oozed prickishness. At times, we actually saw him screaming red-faced at Tom, who just lowered his head and took the abuse. We chose a night 2 days before a holiday party. The party would have been an ideal time to catch well-dressed prick alone and likely drunk at abnormally late hours, and avoiding that opportunity was exactly how we would divert suspicion away from Tom. If it had been one of the employees, the police would reason. Surely they would have chosen the more opportune night. I still didn't really believe we were actually going to do it. It was fun owning our own capability for violence in a way society usually forced us to suppress. It was fulfilling in some strange animal way to realize and entertain the fact that we were actually had the power to change things directly. All the money and laws in the world couldn't stop a few determined men from exacting justice, and that thought was immensely and strangely freeing. Of course, we weren't really going to do this. The legal system would take everything from us while defending the behavior of well-dressed prick with a fury. But that last night outside Tom's office building, Jake donned his mask and slipped out of the car when the moment came. I freaked. I did slip my mask on too, but I ran after him to stop him. This was an insane idea, and I should have known Jake was angry enough to actually take that deranged step off society's allowed path. I remember gray hair. That close, the older man had streaks of gray hair I hadn't noticed before. Thing is, he turned and saw 2 masked men running at him full speed in the night, and he didn't get scared. He just sneered and began to say something condescending. God, thinking back on it now, I can see how it might have been a show, false confidence, or his form of bravery, but my inner disgust flared and I slowed. Jake pushed him hard with gloved hands, and well-dressed prick fell backwards, hit his head on the cement sidewalk, and lay twitching. I asked the horrified obvious. He can't be dead, can he? Just like that? He is, Jake breathed. Shit! What do we do? I asked, fighting down panic. We were out of the sight of the 2 cameras that watched the other side of the building, but we were still exposed to the dark side street should anyone drive by. The plan had been to hit him a few times, steal his wallet to make it look like a mugging, and then run. Snapping out of shock and back into determination, Jake shook his head. Nothing, he pointed down. He fell and hit his head. There's literally no evidence on him that we even exist. What if he's not dead? What if he wakes up? A horrible smell wafted up from him as we stood staring back. Jake moved. Smell that? He's dead. He was right. I'd seen it on numerous episodes. The man's bowels had evacuated at the moment of his death. There was nothing to do but get in the car and go. For a time, I lived in agonizing fear that the cops would bust down my door, arrest me, and parade me in front of the entire neighborhood, but Tom reported back to us a week later at a new bar. The death of his boss had been considered a tragic accident, and he himself had been promoted. It had all worked out immensely better than we could have ever hoped. I was ready to be done, honestly. We'd killed a man. No message had been sent. That smug asshole had never known a moment of fear or regret for his actions. We just completely eliminated him. 2, I wondered if he had a family. The basic stress inside me could not be mitigated. I never witnessed death firsthand, let alone helped cause it. I could only console myself by believing that any man who treated his employees like he had was probably also abusive towards his family, but there was no real way of knowing that. We'd screwed up and gone way too far. I was going to tell them I was done. It was Jake, though, that grew darker and more determined. We're all locked into this now, he said quietly and fiercely, his knuckles white around his beer glass. He looked directly at me. Your boss is next. I should have known then what was coming. Having lived my entire life before that point in a sea of politeness and protection, I simply couldn't recognize the face of a true sociopath, even when he was sitting right in front of me. And that's it, guys. What do you think about that? Do you think that'd be like a series that you guys would like? Hey, Event Horizon. The title is called How We Became Serial Killers. Hey, Christian Potato. Hey, Jet Set Radio, welcome. Nah, it's all good, Alpha. Hey, Bamzilla. Alright, cool. Well then, in that case, I will definitely put that on the list of new series to do. I know, right? Isn't that transition awesome, Max Man? It's what I do. It's what I do. I would like to do a collab with him. I probably will get him to read a few lines for me, probably in this story, actually. Finch. Hey, Jafar. Hey, Christopher. I know, right, Ricky D? So jazzy. Yeah. Digging it. Woo! Are you talking about the motion comic or the movie that I was talking about a long time ago? Because the movie's been put on hold until Axeman gets done with all of his projects, and then we're gonna get into that film. Right? That's actually what I thought about Jet Set Radio. Such a good game. Good night, Blake. Thank you for coming by. Thank you, thank you. You guys are amazing. Alright, so... I do game, Christian. I do. Aw, Finch. Oh, if the storm's over for you, Randall, that might mean it's heading towards me. Okay. I think dolphins are adorable. Okay, so every year I try to pick a spirit animal and like okay, I pick a favorite animal and then I like wear everything about them. And when I was younger, I like was obsessed with dolphins, so I wore like dolphin bracelets and dolphin earrings and dolphin necklaces and dolphin rings and stuff. And then this past couple of years, I was obsessed with owls, so I had like owls all over me. I had like owl shirts and owl earrings and necklaces and rings. It was really weird. Yes, I know that game. I game on this channel sometimes, Christian. If you look through some of my older playlists, I do a lot of gaming on there. One of the first Let's Plays that I did was Remember Me. I bought Jet Set Radio when they released it on Steam. Because it's amazing. So much fun, so much fun. I have played the Arkham Batman game. and when I played it, I thought my game was broken because, like, he totally blue screen of death me in the game, and I was like, what is happening to my machine? The teenage sex dolphins. My Patronus Finch, I did take that test, and it is a Manx cat. You're welcome, Christian. Oh, Diego, go do your homework. Go do your homework. Go do your homework. I'm about to end the stream actually here in a moment. I want to direct everybody. When I was in Hawaii, I went dolphin watching it. Oh, you saw no dolphins? That's sad. No. Penguins are amazing. What was I saying? Oh, okay. So, no, I'm not going to do any more stories, Christopher. I've been streaming for a while. But I love dolphins and owls. Aw, good night, Jacob. Okay, so last thing before I go, guys. Usually I do like a little mini Q&A session before I go. But aw, Mutant Cry Slow. I'm so sad you're just getting here. Oh, I'm about to go. Well, I'm going to leave the stream up, so you should definitely go back and listen if you get the chance. Dolphins are weird, but they're amazing. Anyway, so thank you for coming. Good night, everybody. But before I go, usually I do like a quick little question and answer session at the end. But instead of doing that, I want to direct everyone to my previous video, which is a update video that I did, which I talked about like my arm being injured and stuff like that. But I also asked you guys to ask me questions on that video. So if you have any questions that you would like me to answer, please ask them in that video, and I will do a response video sometime over the weekend. And I also linked to my previous question and answer videos. So if you have the time, I'm gonna probably have it up for a few days. If you have the time, go through, and you don't necessarily have to listen to all the videos. You can maybe go back to the previous 2 videos and just watch those question and answer videos. So that way, if you ask me a question, if it's a question that I've already answered, then you'll already have the answer. What I'm looking for now is like new questions and just silly questions or something like that. Something that'll be fun. So yeah, thank you guys so much. I really appreciate it. You guys are the best. I love you so much. I cannot begin to express how much your support and love and like your support and love and encouragement is such an inspiration to me and helps me so much through the hard times. And I cannot wait to be able to stream with you guys again. But again, in the meantime, if you have any questions you would like, please submit them to the previous video, my updates video. Just leave a question in the comments and I'll get to it. But before you do, please take a moment to listen to the past 2 question and answer videos that I've done, so that way you're not already asking me a question that I've already answered. Just ask me something that you really genuinely want to know about me, and if it isn't answered in those other 2 videos, then for sure I will take the time to answer it. So yes, thank you again so much, and until the next stream, guys, I love you. Peace out, Mahellions. You guys fucking rock, and I'll catch you guys later. Bye.